YouTube is saying no sound. Somebody on YouTube saying no sound. No.
Well, I hear the echo on the computer, so there has to be some kind of sound.
No.
Yeah, I even hear myself talking. So.
Oh, okay. Now, Mark Hendrick said they can't hear. Now we hear you. We can't hear us. They said they can't hear you.
Oh, we only hear Sean and Sandra. Well, you weren't saying anything, though. That's what he's saying. Choppy. Oh, I get a chance to read this stuff now. That's cool. Tune on. Yeah, on YouTube. Mhm. Yes, last week was my first time doing it. Get on the YouTube. I just plugged up YouTube. I didn't sign in anywhere though. Mm. Well, I hear you on the phone, but I don't hear you on YouTube. That's interesting. I see you though. Hi.
Welcome to the conferencing service.
No. If they hear me,
Start meeting. Share better.
Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. The show will start shortly. Peace and love.
There are 11 participants in the conference.
That one, China. I was hearing.
Tracy said it was an article this morning stating that Google services were having issues.
No, I can't hear you on YouTube. I hear you on the phone though. So I got to look up China then, Brother Sean.
Yeah, just go to Time Drop.
That's C-O-N or P-O-N-D?
The K-H-A-N. You know, we just talked about that before. She played one of their videos.
Okay, Time Drop. Okay, I'll go there. I like to see that because California's having them too.
Yeah, I mean, he's using the actual videos from the news agencies, and you can see the dragons in them.
Wow, that's pretty cool. You know,
All
the
right.
dragon's supposed to come back.
So, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm assuming y'all can hear me on YouTube.
Yes, I hear
I
you.
just heard myself on YouTube.
Yeah, James Clinton said that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, YouTube family, now YouTube stream is like poor for no fucking reason, just because. No reason for the stream to be poor. So I'm going to stop and restart it, and we're going to try this. Oh, it just cleared up. Okay, YouTube, because I was going to call you a piece of shit, too. Oh, no, it just went back to not being able, the reception is poor. So I'll see if it's going to clear up. If not, I'll go ahead and restart it. I noticed a lot of other people on YouTube this week, their live stream was doing the exact same thing. So something is going on where they can't get this fucking technology to work. Yeah, you said they've been doing that to Pharaoh Heavy the Pack. Yeah, well, it's been a lot of, pretty much all of the ones I saw this week were having that same exact issue. So in their defense, I'm going to give them a little bit of leeway. I'm going to turn off my camera to hopefully help it. But everybody's been having the same exact issue. So from the technology people, so even people that don't have controversial stuff have been having this same issue. So something is going on. I do know that a lot of times when this technology across the board starts acting up, it's because of the sun emissions that's hitting the earth. And their piece of shit technology cannot handle the load.
Well, you know, there's a lot of electricity going out right now from the California, because it's hot as Hades out over here. And they're talking about rolling blackouts and stuff like that. So they're having trouble with the grid.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because it's supposed to be a lot of electromagnetic pulses that's hitting from the sun.
Right.
And every time that happens, you'll notice the technology across the board act a little funny. So
you know what that's code for?
What you say, Brother Sean?
You know what that's code for?
Plasma?
Yeah, I know what it's code for.
Yeah, for plasma.
Exactly.
That's what it's code for.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they warned us electricity going out between 3 and 10 p.m. From the 17th through the 20th, which is today. So if I get dropped, you know why.
Child. All right, YouTube, it's still showing poor, so I'm going to stop and start you guys again, sweet pea. All right, let's start it back up.
They know they got you shook.
Huh?
You got to calm down, re-elevate your frequency. They know they got you shook.
It's not that I'm shook. It's I'm just irritated because I'm intense.
Exactly.
So I know when I'm being bullshitted.
Same thing.
So now it's to me like work not being right. All right. So we should be cool now. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to run the camera. I'll try it a little later if it gets stable. So, all right, family, we're going to get started because we're already late. So, right quick, I want to give the sources of the material for this particular series. We're on the 42nd show. So, we are using as sources of material White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. Also, for the second time, we also use this book in the Black Nobility series. This is the Negro Question Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. And tonight, thanks to Sis Cheryl, we're actually going to get into They Were White and They Were Slaves, The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. Mm-hmm. All right? Now, I'm giving y'all a pre-warning now. I already told y'all that out of between this one, They Were White and They Were Slaves, and White Trash, I done already told y'all that they were white and they were slaves. I told y'all it's raw, it's gritty. He ain't trying to tap dance, none of that. So Sis Cheryl pulled some passages, and thank you so much, Sis, that we're going to go over tonight. And I'm keep going over this specific information because I want it to be crystal clear on who was doing what to whom. And the reason I am doing that is because if we're talking about breaking generational curses, if we're talking about moving to higher realms, if we're talking about changing the vibration on the planet and making it a peaceful place, then we can't tell half truths. We can't just tell the side of the story that we are the motherfucking victims. We can't do that. So if we are truly serious about coming up out of the conditions that we are currently in, we have to be honest. So those mistakes aren't made again. We have to atone for what was done. So meaning we can't keep pointing a finger at the white man for what happened between the late 1800s up until now and fucking forget about all the other. It don't work that way. Now, it can work that way, but you just going to keep suffering that karma. Keep repeating a fucked up cycle. So that's why I'm doing what I am doing. Now, I have seen in my comments a lot, and unfortunately, it's a lot of men. They're fucking upset because I'm going in, telling the shit like it is. Oh, you don't know what you talking about. You an agent. You for the white man. Let me be crystal motherfucking clear. I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you don't like what I'm saying, don't fucking listen. Go get your own shit, start your own show, do your own motherfucking research, and sing skippity motherfucking Zuda. But I will not, I repeat, I will not participate in the fuckery, in the lies.
Agent, you?
All right. Good. So, with that said, I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
You, an agent?
Oh, yeah, that motherfucker had the nerve, because I had cussed his ass out before. Y'all know I'm country. I had cussed his motherfucking ass out before. Because he dropped a little bit of good knowledge. I'm like, oh, really? Straight up? Oh, well, give me more info. I don't mind going to research that. Then he must have got to a part of the video that he didn't like, where melanated people was doing some fucked up shit. Then that's when he came back, I'm an agent, you for the white man, this, that. Look, get the fuck up off my post. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck about none of that, what you talking about.
Hold it, but where, anywhere, have you been for the white man? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Where's this? How did he even come up with that?
Because if you're not saying the white man is the devil, the white man is the devil, the white man is the devil, all of the fuckery that's going on is the white man's fault, you an agent. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I could be whatever they feel I am. But the truth don't give a fuck about none of that.
Yeah, because we've given the historical background, receipts, blueprints on all of it. So, I mean.
Yeah, but folks don't be giving a fuck about that because you ain't blaming the white man. Now, fuck all of that. Fuck the receipts now. Fuck the receipts. Only bring the receipts if it makes melanated people look good. Get the fuck out of here with that and grow the fuck up with your low-level vibrational ass. I'm not repeating no cycle for none of you motherfuckers. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
When JoJo and them break it in Mama Johnson house, what a white man at?
But see, but you know how that is, Brother Sean. Remember, it was a big stink. I had to cuss motherfuckers out on Facebook when I brought up the fact, what about all this killing that's going on, specifically in Chi-Town? Folks ain't said a motherfucking thing about that. Y'all all stuck on George Floyd, and folks got in their motherfucking feelings.
But if these motherfuckers supposed to be conscious, you know you giving your power away to this white man.
It's on a daily basis. On a daily motherfucking basis. On a daily basis.
So they want to come to somebody else's platform and bitch and complain.
Yeah, pretty much.
Stick your head in your ass and complain. That's what you do. Sit on your motherfucking face and complain. And
pretty much.
You shouldn't. And I bet he shit in his face because his ass don't even want to hear his shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, folks are tired of the bullshit. Tired of it. So I am pre-warning people now. It's going to get rough tonight. It's going to get, although this series should have been rough all along, but we're going to hit on some specific things out of They Were White and They Were Slaves book. That's going to hurt some motherfucking feelings. And, you know, like that one meme that was going around where they had Samuel L. Jackson on it. If the shoe fits, lace that motherfucker up. Ain't no need you get no goddamn attitude with me. So, all right then. So with that said, with all of my, I'm warning y'all. Sis, what you have tonight for to go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, you know, this circus they got going on is really interesting. And now they're saying she's trying to claim herself. I'm talking about that, what's her name? Harris. Trying to claim herself as African American over here now. So I'm like, So I know it. I said, you know what? And then they're trying to make Californians, you know, like we didn't come up with conspiracies against her. Like we are making up the fact that she put a lot of us in jail, and she was a prosecutor.
I didn't hear that one, girl. You know they done lost their mind.
I know. They trying to say people are already trying to troll. They call us trolls, you know, are trying to say things about her that's not true, and that's true. Okay.
But, I mean, so, okay, and I'm not trying to interrupt you, sis. I'm just trying to make a motherfucking point to your lovely point. So, as Brother Shines reminds me that our ancestors say, her record is public on the cases that she decided to prosecute. So y'all lying about all that, right? Somebody went in and personally typed up her motherfucking record. Is that what they saying?
It's been scrubbed.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
They scrubbed it, you say?
Yep. That's what.
Wow. I think the problem is, you know, because I remember her. You know, she's not hard to forget. You know, she wasn't like somebody that was a shrinking violet in California. She wasn't a shrinking violet, and I mean, if you go before her, you know, she was a prosecutor or whatever, and you would get prosecuted, and she made sure a lot of us didn't see the light of day. And now she's talking about that, you know, they're saying that we're making it up. I said, all of California then got amnesia or something. What? Are you sure? Yeah, because they just trying to sell her, and they're trying to sell her with a clean aura. I even saw I heard Judge Joe Brown tape video, and he's right. He's absolutely right. He talks about what she's done and stuff like that. And I said, oh, you know, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one too. You know, because, you know, as time goes on, people, you know, turn the other cheek, so to speak. And I just hope that our people don't get ridiculous and stupid and turn the other cheek, because she's not, as in my opinion, for the melanated people at all. And now they're trying to sell her as that. And they came out here with on the AT&T ticker that she was black and South Asian, but then they start saying South Asian. So, okay.
Child.
So now you get there and want to kind of, you know, assimilate to. Hey, that's right. They do assimilate with us. The Yanama people, remember? Yeah, they do whatever is necessary to get where she wants to go.
Child.
Yeah. And then, you know, and he said also, somebody remind me, Stanley Stewart said that
the recording has started.
They just started.
Sorry.
They said that she declined to prosecute Steve Mnuchin, and that's what Judge Joe said. You know, for that, which is now the Treasury Secretary for that bank he was working with. You know, and so I said, But
she
anyway,
didn't prosecute nobody big time from what I read.
Yeah, probably not.
Pedophiles, priests, she let all type of stuff just lie.
I remember that time when they were going after the mothers for truant children.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. I was glad my kids were, long out of there. But yeah, they were going after the parents for the children being truant.
And she locked up one woman, which the shit don't make sense, because I can understand you seeing parents, your badass demon seeds. You need to make sure they ass go to school, which, by the way, is just another proof that parents need to break their dependency on their funk ass schools. But let me stick to the point, Rhonda. So you getting on me because my demon seeds are skipping school, but you gonna lock me the fuck up. So who's supposed to watch my demon seeds? The shit just never made sense. And out of all of this, in their defense, meaning the people that's trying to put her ass on, in their defense, melanated people riding for that shit? You trying to ride for her as a candidate, and then you want to get a motherfucking attitude? Because those of us that are like, get the fuck out of my face with that, I don't want to hear that, here's her record, they got all types of excuses why you should join them in the fuckery, and pulling all excuses out of their ass, trying to threaten, trying to make you feel guilty, all of that. So I don't blame them, meaning those who are putting her on. That's what they do. I'm not blaming them, not one iota. Shame on melanated people. Fucking shame on you. Fucking shame on you, and you get exactly what the fuck they give you.
Shame, shame, shame.
Shame on you.
Yep, that's true. But they try to pass her off as Indian American, and that.
That's what she is.
No, she's not. How they.
She's the Indian from over there.
I know, but they're
trying to citizen.
They're trying to.
That's politically correct. No, that's politically correct. They didn't say American Indian. They say Indian America.
That's right, and people gonna get that confused. So don't get it confused. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that, because she's not.
They ain't getting nothing confused, sis. They just see her dark hue, and because that's what she said. Well, hey, they think I'm, melanated. I'ma be melanated. So they full of shit. Melanated people are fucking full of shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
She went to an HBCU deliberately. It was all part of the setup. They were putting her story together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, we know that. And the thing that just fucking sickens me to the core of my goddamn stomach, I have Indian associates that are fucking blacker, quote, quote, than her motherfucking ragged ass. That truly care about melanated issues, that truly see the fuckery that's going on.
Well, like they say, rhetoric, they use the word Indian as it suits them. They wouldn't have called her straight out Indian if it wasn't the fact that the association that some of our people were going to get. And that was what Judge Joe Brown said, that our people, please don't vote for no color because they got a little bit of hue like you, because that don't mean that they're you.
No, it really does. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I didn't mean to cut you off, Sweet Pea.
They put that in there for all of the Indians from over there that's here, with all these Mr. Heroes and gas stations and every damn thing else they got.
Yeah, they're very successful.
Yeah, because Trump, he got deals jumping off with them, so they figure if we go one up Trump, let's put one of their citizens in. Let's put one of their people in.
Yeah, because they're trying to make India on the come up. So it's like China is out on the come up, and India, you know, it's in on the come up. But ain't none of that bullshit finna work. Because y'all remember, I don't know if y'all remember, it was a couple of years ago when over in India they woke up and the next motherfucking day they had switched the currency on their ass, baby. They made where they had to go to banks and open up bank accounts, because over in India, the small business people, they was rolling, baby, because they was a cash transactions. So meaning they weren't paying taxes. They went to bed, woke up, next morning, they had flipped the switch on their ass. So I'm saying all of that to say, yes, they are trying to use India as the come up.
Exactly.
Okay, to take China's place. But I'm going to tell you, ain't none of that shit going to work, because India is having problems within their own nation still. Yeah, because they have a caste system. Absolutely, sis.
Well, she wrote some kind of bill or something to get about 20,000. I was reading it on AT&T, to get 20,000 of the Indians from India for working, whatever they called it back in the day, over here. It's not really India, of course. That's the name they just gave it in recent years. But they were trying to get. She got 20,000 of them, and some other culture here too. I forget the other culture, but. So, you know, so that's on the immigration side of the spectrum. She's trying to get her own people here. So, I'm telling you.
I'm in tech, and I can tell you from firsthand knowledge that they're able to get over here because of the lack of folks to fill those technology jobs. All right? So their particular government over in India, they are letting their people go to school for free to learn technology. So they, you know, they get it in high school, all the way through college, able to come over here and fill the back positions in order to get those visas. All right? So, and they're not low-paying jobs. They're, you know, decent-paying jobs. So they're getting it on that front. People that come over here and open up the businesses, they already come from money. Their family already has money, so their family is just fronting them to start up a business. And to show you how they so motherfucking cold with it, literally, I know of someone that in tech like me, been in there same amount of years, so from a salary perspective, they're good. Has his real estate license, plus has a restaurant. And the real estate license that he deals with, he also was dealing with multi-million-dollar deals. All right? So businesses and all of that in different states, whole strip malls, new apartment complexes being built. All right. So he's doing so well, and I kind of laughed to myself because somebody came back running and telling me, do you know such and so? He has a house in the same subdivision as the CEO. And I just laughed. I'm like, and of course it was a Caucasian person. I was like, yeah, and what about it? So I'm saying all that to say that is the come up with the Indians. But I do have to say, on the catch side, when Trump card first came into office, that particular community was terrified because Trump card had the immigration people start going to look at people's visas and looking at the paperwork. And I never forget, the company I was contracting with at the time was holding sessions with them because it's called H-1B1. That's what the visa is called. And they were like, oh, no, everything's going to be okay. Had the motherfucking lawyer up in there. Oh, everything's going to be okay. Yeah. You know, when they come and interview you, you know, you just answer their questions. But just know we're here, and I'm your legal representation. Shit. Couple of months later, I swing back into the office for a client site. Did you hear? I'm like, what? Did I hear what? What's going on? You know, such and so, and such and so. I'm like, yeah, they getting deported. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, immigrations came through and pulled their paperwork. They had to go. I'm like, oh, hell no. So I'm just giving you all background on what's really going on. But the bottom line, and yes, I agree with you, Sis Cheryl, wholeheartedly. Why y'all continue allowing foreigners to govern you on your land? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Now, I don't blame the Indians. Let's be motherfucking clear. I don't blame them one bit. I don't blame the Mexicans one bit. They're just doing for them and theirs. Shame on the rest of the populace for allowing other folks to come over here and be put on, and you not being put on. The same way they government gave them free motherfucking training, the U.S. knew it needed technology jobs. Why the fuck the U.S. wasn't doing it for their own? But this is the system that people want to convince me to keep supporting. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, but at the same time, we shouldn't be mad at them. They shouldn't be mad at those of us who know what the fuck is going on and kindly want them to take their asses elsewhere.
True that.
We at least giving them the benefit of the doubt, saying, I understand you had to do what you had to do. But now you're here and you want to stick out your chest and act like you want to fight for some shit. Go back home and fight.
I agree. But the interesting, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Because, I mean, if you look at the whole BLM thing, those groups that you named are the ones out there starting all the shit.
I don't know about the Indians from Asia, and you're right. I think Tresty was, yeah, you were the one that said bottom line is still Asia. I don't know about them, but I get your point. Well taken. I certainly get your point.
That's all, because I want them all to leave. I mean, we need time to heal Mama.
Yeah, we do.
She don't need no parasites on her. I don't care if they friendly or whatever. If you ain't an indigenous parasite, you gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. And you know, unfortunately, Brother Sean, where we're gonna have to get to, and I'm speaking, when I say we, I'm speaking as melanated people collectively, we got a clean house within. I'm just going to be real straight up honest. We got to clean house within.
Oh, yeah. That's why you got called an agent, because we say that all the time. That's why you're an agent, because you want people to take care of personal responsibility and accountability.
Exactly.
These dirty motherfuckers is somebody's friend, they're somebody's relative who benefiting from their fuckery.
Right.
So, I mean, you can't tell me somebody don't know these motherfuckers. They got hundreds of thousands and millions of followers, bodyguards, and all type of shit like that. They all part of the fuckery, because you protecting a dirty motherfucker. You fucking over his people.
Exactly.
So I ain't got no sympathy for none of them.
I agree.
This is war. They trying to take everything from us. They cutting side deals and everything. These motherfuckers done already made up in their mind that we gonna lose. So they cutting deals.
Right. And they gonna be the one losing. And thank you, Mark or Dick. I'm just gonna say M. Thank you, MK. Mama gonna clean house. Yeah, that's why she's got a clean house. That's why she got to, because folks with the fuckery. And she about tired of the bullshit. That's just why it took me 20 motherfucking minutes to get on air, because that plasma hitting this damn atmosphere. Mama ain't playing. Yes, having it false don't mean you're alive. You're absolutely right. These motherfuckers are the walking dead. Literally. So, I'm sorry, sis, we done all went off the point. But, yes, sis, your point is well taken. But I do want to say, sis, Callie off the motherfucking chain. Fires that struck back up this week. Callie keeps getting hit.
It smells bad. It smells bad. You can smell them. The fires, I got fires around me everywhere. The sun is red. It's hot. Oh, my goodness. I'm like, it's cooler today because the clouds are over, because a Pacific storm is coming in, maybe, and give us some relief. But, yeah, I mean, it's really bad when you can wake up and smell things burning.
Damn. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And Brother Sean and I was talking before you can get your stuff together about China and their fire tornadoes, and there were some here in California, in the Sierra, I think it was, that they had fire tornadoes up there as well. Brother Sean, you can tell about them tornadoes in China, if you like.
Yeah, Sis Tracy is talking about it now in the chat with the earthquake.
Oh, they had earthquakes too. Is that? Oh yeah, there it is. The 3.6.
I didn't even know that.
And the 6.9. Ooh.
6.9 is high as fuck. 6.9 is high.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's tearing some shit up.
Yeah.
And folks sitting up here bullshitting and playing and getting a motherfucking attitude because I don't want to vote for somebody that truly is an agent. It's like, if you don't get your dead ass out of my face, you better. But, sis, also what I heard with Cali, with New York, that the quote rich people are leaving that bitch in drones.
Yeah, I heard that
they
too.
They are like out of there.
Yeah, they are. I heard a lot of people are leaving California. I don't really blame them because they try to make us pay the debts of the country. They have such high taxes here, and the living is
always have.
Yep. And one thing I heard when George Brown was speaking was that we are the police capital of brutality of the world. I think almost is what he was. It's my paraphrasing what he said. And I said, yeah, the police are pretty tough in California. They really mean. And they always, calling me up for a donation. I said, yeah, I know you crazy, right? So, they treat us bad here. Maybe because they know who we are. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I know of one gentleman. He lived in San Fran, right in that downtown area, and he loved his job. He was getting paid nice, this, that, and the third. And then once Rona hit, and they shut everything down, he was the one. He had me rolling. He said, he was like, well, let me go on and go outside, and he saw a motherfucking coyote walk past him. He was like, now in downtown San Fran, now he said, I ran my ass right back up in that building. But I'm saying all that to say, I'm sorry, what you say, sis?
Oh yeah, the animals are coming out. They are coming out.
Yeah. So yeah, which good for the animals. So long story short, he wind up, he picked up and got the fuck up out of San Fran. And he said the building that he lived in was all tech people, and the rent was high as hell. And then as soon as Rona hit, companies where you don't have to be at your job physically let people work from home, which they should have fucking been doing all along. So, of course, the tech people, they were the first ones. So people was like, well, what the fuck I'm doing paying all this high rent, being inconvenienced, all of this, that, and the third. He said, so people started moving out of that building where it was all tech people, and he wound up, he literally relocated to another state, and he said now they done dropped the motherfucking rent up in the building extremely low, and now they got riffraff in there.
Yeah.
And I saw a picture on Park Avenue in New York where they had one of the corner buildings, that motherfucker was boarded up all across, and how they were showing like it's not a lot of traffic going in there and out of there. So it's going down, y'all. So all of this election shit, all this shit is a charade. That's all it is. It is a fucking charade. That's it.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking? They are battling. I mean, the governors are against Trump. Trump is against them, and the Senate is against the Republican. I mean, the House. They're just battling. And as they battle, the casualty is the people. Because there are homeless in California, tons of them, just absolutely tons of them.
Oh, yeah.
And there's going to be tons more because the rent forgiveness is over. It's been expired. And people are not going to be able to pay their rent since they lost their jobs. Even if some of them they work at home, that's good for them, but there's a lot that can't work at home, like the servers and stuff like that. I think we may still be closed. I haven't even checked on some of the hair salons and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to be snatching somebody's head. We're going to probably have a whole lot of bad-looking heads and hands. But what's the point? They're now trying to say that you can get the corona if you live at home by yourself. I'm like, okay. See, this psychological warfare, with germ warfare included, is really sick. It's really sick How you gonna get corona from your air conditioning unit? So which that means they're gonna use that to cut down the grid and cut off the air. You know, I'm like, okay.
But you know what, sis? Here's the thing, and we talked about this before. It's all a smoke screen because I've been telling y'all for years that those service jobs are going to be gone. I told y'all that for years. I told y'all that they're going to bring universal basic income because those jobs are going away. I was consistent with the fuck I said through research and some from the spiritual realm. We're at that point now, and motherfuckers just don't want to let go of the old shit. It's not going back to the way it was. It's not going back. So people got caught with their drawers down, as Grandma and them say. That shit is not going back. And I just saw a documentary, sis, on Stockton, California. They've been testing universal basic income for 2 motherfucking years.
Mm-hmm. All up under the guise of Miss Sarah, just Sarah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. In the words of Bobby Hemmett, this shit is over. It's over.
Well, you know, the Utah Spitz guy said the illness from an air conditioner is Legionnaires' disease, and she's right. I mean, they bracket up the diseases, but then we're gonna get to the good book. Nobody like to talk about that good book, but they said, you know, they said that in the book of Revelation, they said these judgments and vile judgments and diseases is going to plague this land, and earthquakes and fires and all that kind of stuff. So are they playing that script out? Are they really playing that script out, or what else is happening?
Of course. I mean, they got all these people that are caught up into religion. So why wouldn't they play it? It's all part of the script.
John. Exactly.
Yep. And it looks
exactly, Brother John.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it looks like. And then we got the locusts invading the UK, and they invaded all kinds of Africa, and they did Israel already, eating up all the food, so there's going to be a food shortage. Now we got poisonous algae between Canada and the United States, and it's poisoning the water. And I'm like, good God, if that's not what I've been reading most of my good days of those scripts, it's happening in the book. It's from the book.
And remember, I said, which didn't come from the book, this came from the realm, and specifically Mama Earth. I said specifically, as the vibration gets higher and higher, it's going to get to the point where people are not going to even be able to eat from the soil if you do not resonate with the vibration.
Exactly.
And some stuff don't belong here. Mama gives you rid of everything that don't belong here.
That's right.
All these hybrid-ass plants and stuff that they didn't make that's supposed to substitute for real food, all this shit is going. All these fake-ass animals and these floods and everything, she removing shit from us that we ain't supposed to have.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why you think them dams over in China, it's breaking. Now, some can say that they're doing that on purpose to do a mud flood reset. Or why can't it simply, I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
No, but they intentionally doing that so that the richer parts of town don't flood. So they'll flood out the poor people.
Yeah.
They'd rather sacrifice them than the rich people.
Yeah, because they did the same thing over in Egypt and they're about to do it again. But the point I was trying to make is Mother Earth has the power to shut all of that shit down.
And she's doing it.
Exactly.
And there's no defense. Hey, what about this idea that Trump is going to be going away for a while? Anybody heard about that? And you won't see him for a while, and then his brother died.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, I heard it, but that's just the way I feel about it. I'm like, oh, okay then.
Well, towards the end of the stuff, they all supposed to be starting to disappear, die, or whatever. Remember that we said that long time ago when everything ratchets up and the Earth starts really putting out some nasty stuff that people are going to start going into hiding. I wonder if
and probably so, sis. But I'm just at the point I came to a realization that a lot of those people that they supposedly and allegedly have out front, they already dead.
Yeah, those are clones or whatever. Maybe the clone is too strong a word, but doppelganger type stuff.
Yeah, that again, like Bobby Hemmett said, this shit is over.
Yep.
It's just the populace that keeps the matrix going, begging to be enslaved. And Mother Earth was like, not on me. You got to get the fuck up off of here. This shit it's over with. I don't know how many ways we got to say it. It's being shown in the atmosphere. And I did hear you, sis, when you was talking about Gina Maria's pictures of the motherfucking sun. The two suns plain as motherfucking day and a planet behind the two suns. Plain as day.
You should see all the planets out there. I mean, if they're not even stars, they're planets.
Yeah, they're planets. Exactly. So, I mean, that's why for me, I always say this, I don't give a fuck about Trump cards. I don't give a fuck about no reset. I don't give a fuck about Q, Elemental P, now. I don't. Because this shit is over with. It's over. I'm not putting my energy into none of that. I don't give a fuck if what day he came out, looking this way, turned that way, if the seal was there. I don't give a fuck. It's over. I am not willing to allow my energy to be attached to something dead. And that's all we keep doing when we keep regurgitating that same shit with this person doing that. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. This shit is over. And especially, quote, quote, conscious people in the know, what the fuck you discussing election for over and over and over and over again, and reset and paperwork? What the fuck you doing discussing any of that?
Yeah.
You holding feathers in one hand and paperwork in the other. Motherfucker, who are you?
Exists.
And then you wonder why melanated people are on the fucking bottom. Because you don't want to live within natural law. You want to still play. Play is over. This shit is over with. Either you're going to live within natural law or you're not. And if you're not, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if you're going to go to another realm and then repeat the cycle till you get your shit together. I don't know. But this shit is over. And it doesn't matter how much motherfucking melanation you have, none of that. Either you're going to get your shit together or you're not. Trump card is not going to save you. I done told you all that from out the fucking gate. It is not his job to save you. Get your shit together. So, all right, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the family?
Mm-hmm. It's already been played out.
Yeah.
We just watching the show. That's
exactly.
We watching it play out. I mean,
exactly.
And if you go by what they say, as far as for Miss Sarah, just Sarah, all the authority is coming from some aliens, some white aliens.
Baby, I can't. You know what the fuck I'm saying? I can't. And you still asking somebody for something. So you mean to tell me an alien have to give me my fucking financial relief? How the fuck does that even sound remotely logical?
Yeah, but that's what they going by.
And like
that's
the alien ain't got shit to do with their time. Then the part they motherfucking craft by the sun to come down to give you financial relief, how the fuck does that remotely make sense? And if they are an advanced civilization, they ain't even fucking dealing with financial systems, goddammit. Now, if you would tell me they coming to show you how to create shit with your mind out of thin air, I could give you more respect than they gonna come down and give you some motherfucking financial relief. That is a fucking insult to my intelligence.
But you know how to.
But that's because people are stuck in the physical. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But you know how the story goes. They gave people the story first, and gradually more people buy into it and give it life.
Yeah, exactly.
The reset is people are shifting their energy from one system to another.
To another, exactly. Another fictitious system at that.
Yeah, instead of truly elevating and being free.
Exactly.
Not being a part of any system, letting them and their systems go, period.
Exactly. Period.
I mean, people at different stages in this. I'll be trying to reach some of the people where they're at. Majority of our people are stuck in the Democratic Party. And those are the main ones eating our babies.
Yes. Spiritually, yes.
Physically, too. I mean, they doing it on both sides, but the Democrats, they're the ones that openly push this stuff. If you look at some of the most controversial legislation dealing with children, as far as for what age you can have sex with them, all that type of stuff, it was Democratic legislation. I'm just going by what they put out there. And our people don't see this. They do it right in their faces. That's the killing part about it. And that's why Kamala didn't care about them parents being locked up and the kids running free, because they could get them then. They could put them into the system, and they disappear into the system.
Well, and I 1,000% agree with you, and I'll just add on to that. They're able to do those things because melanated people won't get up off their ass and take their own destiny in their hands.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
I 1,000% agree with you.
I want the whole system gone. But that,
you and me both.
That particular party is where our people give the most energy. They know everything bad.
I 1,000% agree.
We know everything bad about the Republican Party. We see it all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that's hidden is what the Democrats are doing. That's what they keep removing from the media.
Right, but the thing of it is that you know it, Brother Sean, like I know it. We both on Facebook together. We see the things that go across the feeds. I don't give a fuck if you snap a picture. And now let's even take the picture out of it. Let's say video. I don't give a fuck if you have a breaking news video with evidence with said folks participating in some fuckery. Melanated people don't justify.
Right.
So for me, not all melanated people. So for me, they deserve what the fuck they get.
Oh yeah.
It's so bad when you give said evidence. I do have to give a shout out to one person when I posted the Kamala stuff, which isn't new, by the way. That's why her stinking ass couldn't get through the presidency candidate because of her record. So it ain't like this shit is new. You know what I'm saying? So I just simply reposted the shit. So somebody came back and they were really, really sincere. Well, what do you suggest we do? Well, I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't fuck with none of it.
Right.
But at a minimum, you're supposed to be demanding better candidates. But I want the whole system gone. So when people cannot logically, to show you how deep this fucking spell is, because it is a spell. Anytime you allow someone to mistreat you over and over and over and over and over again, and you justify the mistreatment, and you defend the mistreatment, that is a fucking spell. Let's be clear. These folks are such a deep spell, they do not even fathom common sense. So if you don't have common sense, that means your logic is not working. So therefore, I can talk till I'm motherfucking blue in the face. I can present said evidence up the yin yang. You're not going to get it. And shout out again to Brother Bobby Hemmings. He said this motherfucking shit in the 90s. Everybody ain't going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't going to take everybody to make it. It's not taking everybody to make it. So folks got to be left behind, and hey, let them go for it, and that's okay. I had to resolve that within myself. So, yeah, but yeah, this shit is crazy. We literally watching it play out. We see the shit.
Mm-hmm. People are already left behind. It's already over. The shit is just playing out.
It is over.
That's why
exactly.
That's why I keep saying that I'm not really here, because I'm not.
Exactly.
And that goes along with everybody else. If you think that you really here, you're not.
Nope.
This shit is just playing out. And since it's playing out, and I have the options and opportunity to fuck with shit, I'm going to. It's just that simple. But considering that it's already played out on the spirit realm, it's up to you to find out where you place in all this.
Exactly.
I can't tell you, Rhonda can't tell you, Sandra can't tell you. You have to get in touch with mama. You have to get in touch with who you are. Or you for sure caught up in another cycle. Because you chose not to see your way clear. You chose to keep playing the game. You want the game to keep going. You just want to change your position in the game.
Exactly. On the chessboard. You still on the chessboard. You just want to switch to another piece.
Mm-hmm. In the game, you're not going to win.
No. Absolutely.
It's not supposed to be here.
Agreed.
Like I was saying about that whole Miss Sarah, just Sarah. You know, like I know they're supposed to be implemented in steps.
Right.
So now that's why Trump is even hinting at a third term, like Obama was allegedly supposed to do. And the legal justification that they're trying to give for it is that he was spied on during his first term, and he didn't really have a chance to be an effective president with this war going on.
Child.
Now the thing is, whether or not people start putting their energy into it to have that play out in the lower dimensional realm where they're going to be.
Exactly.
It's not going to be a reality for everyone, but as a creator, you have the power to bring these scripts to life and become characters in them. And that's what y'all are choosing to do. But one word you should cut out. We. Quit including other people in your bullshit.
And please do. Please do. Please.
Quit saying we Africans, we this, we that. If you ain't on my bloodline, ain't nothing we can say, goddammit. Unless we come to some type of agreement, which is going to be based upon frequency.
Exactly.
Not whether or not you melanated. And because I say that whether or not you're melanated, because them other people ain't going to be around forever. I don't keep including them in shit. They're an afterthought. When it comes to the true power, I'm always going to point out the fuckery with melanated people. You don't get a fucking pass. It ain't lottie-dottie, teety-dottie, none of that shit. Y'all ain't been right with mama either.
Nope.
It wasn't the white people who cut down the trees. It wasn't the white people who broke the original treaties and contract with mama.
Tell it.
It wasn't the white people who instituted the patriarchal system.
Tell it.
They just learned the game. Remember, y'all taught them. Y'all created them.
Right. Tell it.
So whose fuckery is all of this? Who does the final blame go to?
That's right.
Y'all created them to divert attention away from your sorry black asses. The shit is on and popping. Y'all been exposed. Don't nobody give a fuck about none of your treaties, none of that bullshit. The game over. I don't care what color you try and put on rulership. It's over.
That's right. It's over. Over. And somebody put it in the chat. Shadrach. OOVVAA. Over. This shit is over. Absolutely. Actually, we have a caller. Okay, 678 Sweetie Pie. I'm about to unmute your line. Peace and love, 678.
Elders, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Sweet Pea, I was hoping that was you. Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm in the city right now. I'm gonna hop on the train. How y'all doing today?
Oh, we're doing good on Raglass Marta.
Chicago, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna let y'all know Marta has been coming in the clutch. Marta is free. Yeah,
you got to be kidding me.
Not at all. Every bus in Marta is free. The only thing you got to pay for is the train.
What? Good.
Yeah. I want to let everybody know, before I get into it, everybody know if you don't have a garden or know somebody who does, you either need to start growing or you need to find somebody who is. The reason being is because Mama is sending her messages as far as like what you need to do through the food of the earth that's grown in the earth now. Every day she's sending messages on how you need to go about it, what you need to do, and how you need to be governing your energy and your frequency. Now it's gonna be a mass of people who is trying to boost up their frequency. You're gonna see a whole bunch of people now who is trying to boost up their frequency and get conscious. And I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, if you haven't been doing it, once you start trying to basically people listen to the frequencies on the internet and just being out in nature, what's going to start to happen is people who have a low frequency, they're gonna start passing out because of that energy. If you get what I'm saying, they're gonna start passing out, or they're gonna be in a state to where they're gonna be drained. Like when somebody do a detox, they're gonna be drained, but they're gonna be feeling good, but they're gonna be drained to where they can't move. They just in a little happy bliss state, they just got high or something. And it's gonna continue to happen like that until they get frustrated to figure out why they can't operate in a higher state. Mm-hmm. Next thing is the ones that who just the walking zombies. You're gonna start seeing a whole lot of agitation in the streets of with people just because of what's going on. Because people, like you said, they lost in the South. They still trying to pick blue or red, and they don't know that the reds is trying to put you back in the field. The blues is trying to eat you and take in your energy and trying to become you. You know, that's the ball game right now. That's the ball game. One person trying to put you back into slavery, other one trying to put you in their gut. And the fools is trying to pick which one they want to be at. Now the babies, what they're trying to do with the babies is they're trying to find a way is to trying to put the babies in a state of they're trying to hold them hostage spiritually and mentally. That's why they doing this big time pedophilia, because when they sodomize these children, they unlock their spiritual connection in their pineal gland. That's what lets them other vessels get into their body and control them babies, how they control them babies and whatnot. And then they're gonna go to the babies because they're being indoctrinated, getting that programming of not only of the old crap but of the new mess. They got the new mess ready for them babies, and so the babies is gonna basically be coming home trying to indoctrinate the parents, and the parents ain't gonna be going for it. And then the baby's going to be going and snitching on the damn parents and getting the parents up out of there, because that's what they ultimately trying to do. They trying to get us out the way because they battling with Trump and whatnot. Trump done lost the war. Trump done lost the battle. If you pay attention, he done lost the battle. They got his clone ready for his ass. He finna go, when they say he's finna go away for a while, he finna go away for a while, all right? Yeah, they got his ass hook, line, and sinker. Unless he got his Trump card in his pocket, they got him hook, line. They got the he behind the 8 ball, as they would say down here. He behind the 8 ball. And they just waiting. They just waiting for him to slip up. They're kind of thrown off right now with the Q mess and whatnot. But I believe Q is just working with them or whatnot, or it's somebody. They got Q in the bag too. I believe they caught Q
Of course.
too. Whoever he is, they got his ass. They got him in the back of the trunk somewhere. And now they just shooting with the people who are siding, like you said, they battling behind the scenes. And they're really just paying attention to what us as the young folks is doing as far as the situation. And now the script as far as like the earth and everything that's going on and whatnot, they're gonna still be playing off that script. However, it's being rewritten because everybody know about it now. So they trying to change the play at the last minute now. They trying to do an audible, like in football. They trying to do an audible, and so it's scrambling right now. And the only way us as melanated indigenous, our bloodline, and those who are connected with us, who we know that we came to an agreement with on a frequency level, as Brother Sean said, the only way we're going to be able to come without a plan is just you're getting, like I said, you got to get the direct information from Mama Earth, and the only way you're going to get that is through her food.
That's right. I just said it.
Her food.
Yeah.
So you gotta start. Y'all gotta start growing your own food. If you can't grow or you don't know how, you just don't want to put in the time. Because a lot of people don't want to put in that patience. There are farmers out here like myself and whatnot who farming, and we putting in that time and whatnot and putting people on game and making sure everybody get fed. The next thing is that everybody gonna have to come up with a form of studying their own type of studying science and biology and whatnot, and the ways, the energies of the universe, because everybody's going to have to be able to not only be in tune with Mother Earth, but we're also going to have to know how to use the technology and the energies of the universe as well, simultaneously. And they have to coexist with each other, because if they don't coexist, we're going to get ate up by the AI. And if we not on point with our spiritual frequencies and whatnot, Mama's going to kick our ass to the dust. Okay, it's not like, once I get in and my spirit, my frequency is at a high level and she give me that pass, cool. It's like, nah, you still got to be on your game. It's like when you at your mama house and you don't move back in and you got to pay some money. And she's like, okay, I'm going to give you a couple months to get your shit on. You coming right, I need you to get your shit on, on point. And if you ain't got your shit on point, you're going right back out there.
Right. That's deadline, motherfucker.
Exactly. That's the position that we in right now, like big time. Like California going crazy. I feel sorry for Auntie out there, man, because they going crazy out there. And then they done passed the law to where all of the insects and whatnot, they have approved for them to let out nothing but genetically modified insects, which ain't gonna be nothing but robots. Them ain't gonna be nothing but robots, and they gonna be coming to take place of what the insects naturally do. Because, mosquitoes, if y'all haven't figured it out, mosquitoes is the ones that give us our immunization and get our frequencies up and get any bull crap that's in the atmosphere that would get us infected and kill us. What they do is they build an immunity and they give us the antibodies through their saliva and then the other bloods that they collected over time. So they try to take them out.
And so does the bees, brother. That's why they was fucking with the bees. Oh, damn, that's your train.
See, they had to take out the bees first because, see, the bees they're stronger than the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes, they can lay eggs, they be alive for a week or two, and they be dead and like that. So they be moving quickly. So they couldn't get a grasp on the mosquitoes. But they got a grasp on them they got a grasp on them flies and on them bees early. That's why they trapping all the flies, because the flies do the same thing. The flies land on different wastes and whatnot, and they take that and they put it on the fresh fruit and pollinate the fruit, and the fruit also gives you what you need also.
Right. But I'm going to tell you something, and you already know this because you were a gardener. If you grow your garden, if you grow your shit naturally, if you're vibrating at a certain level, you're gonna be your particular crop is gonna be filled with bees, butterflies.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
I'm not telling you something that I don't fucking live.
Every day I see them. It's my garden be full of nothing but butterflies, bees. All the potato bugs, all those little bugs. Like if them bugs ain't eating your crops, that means your food and everything is not. It's unnatural, and it's not getting the frequencies from Mama.
Exactly.
Not getting the frequencies from mama.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's why I was telling folks, go get your organic seeds. Stock up on your seeds. Put your hands in that dirt. I fucking got that message, like you said, from Mother Earth. Didn't no motherfucker pull me aside and tell me that. I got that message. That's what I was supposed to be doing. I personally reached out to a few people and told them what was going on. So I know what you're saying and where you're getting it from. And just so you know, everybody in the chat's giving you love. So proud of you. We are extremely proud of you. You are doing the work. You get it.
Oh, yeah, it's dope out here, man. It's been real dope because a lot of people in our generation, like I said.
Yep. Uh-oh, we lost you. Damn. He probably went through the tunnel. I understand, brother. Okay, brother. Well, love you much. It was good hearing you. I know he was underground in that tunnel because I heard the little train. So
I'm glad you said all that. As the frequency is going up, there are so many people dying. There are so many people dying. They're getting angry, and people are just going really wacky. And when I have my fruit out and stuff, I try to get non-GMOs. I try to get not the hybrids and all that, but the what they call it. Well, anyway, I try to get the natural ones. And the bees, they just flock around my house. And I'll be talking to them. I said, I'm glad you're here, because they're the ones who give you what you're going to eat and pollinate your stuff. And so I'm glad he said that. That was pretty good he said that. Because
yeah. And I am extremely proud of that brother because I already know where he's getting it from. Yeah. He's tuned in. I am very, very proud of him, and that's why we all are telling you these things. If you're vibrating on the frequency, then you're getting some of these messages too, okay? But we're at that point. We're not talking about, next year, a couple of months now. We're talking about right now. That's where we are right now. Brother went down and I told y'all a couple of years ago, stock up on your food, get your draws and all that. Well, goddamn it, you're supposed to have draws, food, water, seeds. Seeds are extremely, extremely important. As melanated people and especially as indigenous people to this land, goddamn it, if you don't know how to do it, you damn sure should have somebody in the family that know how to go back out in the back and put something in the fucking ground. It's already been warnings that it's going to be a food shortage. We're telling y'all this shit is over. We're telling y'all this shit is over. So that means you're not going to be able to walk in stores to get shit up off the shelf. And that also means, like the brother said, if you don't have your shit together from a vibratory standpoint, you're not even going to be able to eat the food. You have some people whose system is so toxic that they can't even eat fresh food without them, quote, quote, talking about something tearing up their stomach. No, motherfucker, you got a rotten-ass system.
Mm-hmm. It is.
So we're already at that point. Yes, sir.
But people also can't overlook the aspect of when being in tune with mama. There's plenty of stuff that's already growing in the quote-unquote wild. That's edible.
That too.
But
agreed.
not having a relationship with mama We get rid of a lot
Absolutely.
of food and herbs out of our lawn to have a quote-unquote a green lawn.
Mm-hmm.
You can go and see dandelions in any health food store, in the vitamin section instead of other, but we routinely remove them from our lawn.
Yeah.
And then go pay for them.
Yeah, they're very good too. They're potent.
And it's crazy as fuck, Brother Sean. And to be real honest, I'm just straight up disgusted at California, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, all of the quote places that have good year-round weather. Y'all going in the stores, especially in California, paying all them high motherfucking prices. I've always said that when I first visited California 20-some years ago and walked down the street and saw bananas, avocado, oranges, grapefruit, and then people would go in the store and buy them. And I said to my relative, what the fuck you going in the store buying that when you can walk down the street and pick? Mm-hmm. Oh, I never thought of it that way. That's how out of touch people are with nature. Literally, they'll go spend big money, because when you go buy organic, goddammit, you spending big money. Let's not pretend. And you're supposed to spend big money because it takes a lot of work to make stuff to be organic. Because we have to replenish the motherfucking soil. It takes a lot of work, I know. So you spending big money for that, and you're not even saving the seeds? Are you fucking kidding me? Because you've been conditioned to the system that it's always going to be there. You've been conditioned for someone else to feed you. That's dangerous. There are no shortages on mama. There are no shortages. You can take one potato and get pounds and pounds and pounds and pounds off of one fucking potato. There's no excuse for folks to be in the conditions that we are in, especially when it's regarding some food. There's no excuse for it. It's been complacency. Depending on the Roman system, swinging off the Romans' Romulus tit. So I say and say again, you either get your shit together and start being accountable for self, or you get what Romulus is going to fucking give you. So I am so glad that young man called in. So love you, brother. Yes, sir.
As far as for higher frequencies, the higher we go in frequency, we're not going to require taking the life of a vegetable or an animal.
No. That's like really where we're going.
Yeah, be like our big brothers, the trees. Sunshine and water.
Exactly. But you know the sad part about it, even with the little vegetables, it is such a beautiful thing. They work hard to grow, to provide for you. Mm-hmm. Even in the worst fucking soil conditions, that little seed works hard to produce. It knows it's making a sacrifice to sustain somebody else, but it knows that it can regenerate itself forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, hence seeds.
Mm-hmm.
And we have gotten so far from respecting and appreciating simple nature that we don't even fucking see it. When we go to cut open a vegetable or fresh fruit and you see all them seeds, we don't even fucking look at that as life and everlasting life. And all it took was that one fruit or vegetable to grow, to produce forever and ever. So the vegetables know what their role is. Let's be clear. The vegetables know what their role is. The fruit know what their role is. The bees know what their role is. The birds know what their role is. Everybody in the animal kingdom, they know what their role is. The plants, the veggies, they know what their role is. But the one that's supposed to be superior and dominion are the lost motherfuckers. They don't know what their role is, which are caretakers. What you take out, you put back. And anybody that is connected and spend some time in nature and do these things, they'll know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because what you put in, you get out much more than what you put in. The love that you show that soil, them plants, it's going to give you something forever. You can't go to the grocery store and buy that. Because your vibration is not in that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
There isn't much life, if any, in the grocery store. After it's been removed from the source for so long, it eventually dies. That's why the best eating is to pick and eat right there when you can, because it still has life in it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no fucking comparison. Absolutely no comparison when you walk out to your crop, you go to pick your shit, the bees see you and like, hey, what's up? Let me step back. Let me go and let you motherfucking do your thing, pick your thing. I'll be like, hey, bees, what's up? I got mine. Do your job. There's no fucking comparison.
And we didn't destroy or over-harvest anything. You wanted an apple, you picked it from the tree. Same with an orange. You wanted some grapes, you plucked them from the grapevine. You didn't take down the whole vine or cut down the whole tree.
Yep.
You eat the seeds, you shit them out. There go the fertilizer and everything.
That's the fertilizer, right the fuck there. Exactly.
You're giving back. You're giving back. You're making sure future generations have freely as you had freely.
Exactly. There's no excuse for us to be in the condition that we are in on Mother Earth. There's no fucking excuse. We should be ashamed. And we are in this condition because we're swinging off of Romulus' pit. It's unnatural. I don't know how many times I have to come on here every motherfucking week and say that system is unnatural. So, again, shout out to that brother. Keep doing what you are doing. I am extremely, extremely proud of you. You are right where you need to be. All right. So, family, let's get into this material. Child, said Cheryl sent me some stuff because I hadn't gotten through. I purposely didn't read all of They Were White, They Were Slaves. So we're going to, so again, this is from They Were White and They Were Slaves, The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. Right, so I'm going to read a couple passages from here, and we're going to chop this up, and then we're going to get back into the Civil War stuff. All right, so I'm telling y'all, this is about to be raw. Okay, so I'm pre-warning you. So if you still in your feelings, if you in the matrix, if you in melanated people didn't do shit wrong, go on and log off right now. If you listening to the replay, you need to stop this bitch right now and go on with it, because this ain't the show for you. All right? Okay, so before I do go into this, I do want to give a shout-out. I saw Dane Calloway's latest video, and he featured in his video Ice Cube, although I had saw Ice Cube pretty much come out and say he was being interviewed by someone. He was like, look, we all ain't come from no Africa. We were already here. So shout out to him for being fucking honest. Shout out to him. And then Waka Flocka, he always said that. He's been saying that shit over the last couple of years and making it clear, don't call him no African American. So shout out to those two brothers. So we all know we are in the age of knowing, all right? So all of these things are once again being, okay, it was Roland Martin. Yep, Roland Martin. Hey, Sis Yita, baby, I need your information too to send you your book. But anyhow, yeah, he was interviewing Roland Martin, who, Roland, you got a lot of work to do, brother. You got a lot of work to do, all right? You should know what I'm talking about. I know you intelligent enough, so you got a lot of work to do. But, yeah, Roland Martin surely was interviewing him, Ice Cube, and Ice Cube told him like the fuck it is. So shout out to him, all right? And shout out to Waka Flocka, because he was kind of the first ones out of that group that consistently said that. And he consistently says, because I read, I research, I don't get it out of one book. So I'm saying to say again, this information, it's already here. It's not going back. It's not being swept up under the rug. So with this information being out there, the whole truth has to be told, not partially. We're not babies anymore.
I want to say something.
All right. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I watched Kamira Ahu. Yeah, Kiramale Ahu.
Mm-hmm.
And like 3.5 hours in, almost 4 hours into his video about the Huguenots.
Yes.
And some names he threw out there, and about who they are. And he hasn't said it yet, but I believe they're the ones who came over here and started that out of Africa junk. You know, Du Bois was one of the names they mentioned, and Wesley, what's a professor that just passed on? They start out of Berkeley with out of Africa with 2 white professors, but the Huguenots, their bloodline is the one who started infiltrating the Americas from France. And he really emphasizes France, that they came. So, them melanated folks with them Frenchy sounding last name, like Du Bois and stuff like that. And Gates, you know, I think that's the one who told Tina Turner that she she wasn't an Indian. So it's all a land grab to get the land and get the wealth here and move us out. Because every time they move people in, they move us out, he was mentioning in this. So it's really kind of very much of an eye-opener why our people, especially in the entertainment industry, would get up there and lie to us, straight out lie to us, and say we're from Africa. Why they would say...
Paid. Because they are getting paid. They are getting paid. I've literally watched some of them, you know, talk about indigenous, this, that, and the other, and then had the audacity to be promoting 23 and them and had a motherfucking African turban on their head. I want to jump through that TV and choke the shit out of them. But they're getting paid. And we see you. We see you, and your shit is on record as being a motherfucking trade coat. You motherfucking on record. We see you, and more importantly, the universe sees your funky ass.
Yeah, so that's what I was watching, and I was like, so these people they were well-heeled, they were well-connected, and they got in high positions in high places in other countries, and then they came here, and that Gates was that professor that got locked out who was doing that DNA stuff and telling Morgan Freeman that he was not an Indian, and Tina Turner that she was not, because they get paid to do all that kind of lying. So
right, but notice, and I don't know if you caught last week, his motherfucking stinking ass telling everybody they from Africa, but yet when it came to his, I'm European. And which he really is, because when I was reading last week that Gates' name, we saw it come up on the ship manifest from Europe. So motherfucker, let me get this straight. You got the audacity to tell other folks they slaves from Africa, but you not going. But you not though. You European. So you gonna tell the truth on your ancestry, but fuck everybody else's ancestry. We see your ass too, motherfucker, and the universe sees you.
Hey, sis. But all this should go to show people this shit ain't been going on as long as the fuck you think it has. These people ain't had power long enough to really take the land from us. That's why they still trying to relabel us, get us to do contracts, this, that, and other.
Exactly.
Because it's still all our shit until we give it away. That's what they're continually trying to get you to do, to give it away. I keep telling y'all, the whole equality thing is for them, not for you. They're trying to be equal to you. They're trying to have the right to own your shit. They don't have that right. That's why they're continually piling on paperwork and curses and this, that, and the other to trick your ass into finally just giving over everything by signing on to a new system where they're equal and everybody gets along. You can't say this, you can't say that. You can't look at the fact that someone is a monster and eating children. Oh, no, you can't judge them. They have the right to live. He has to eat. All this unnatural bullshit that y'all been accepting term after term in these politics to get you to once and for all give into the new system, because this one is over. They're desperate.
Over. Not over. Over.
All they offering you is material shit to come into the new system. Oh, you want jobs? Oh, we'll bring you plenty of jobs. If you really want to be a slave and work there, we'll bring the jobs back.
Yeah.
You want to break on your taxes? Okay, tax holiday. Tax holiday. We'll do away with the taxes. Debt? Oh, we'll forgive your debt.
Yeah.
Debt forgiven. But we still have to be able to pray out for you. We need you to take this script and bring it to life. We need you to worship and pray like you've never done before. We're in the days of revelation. You must pray harder and harder. You must love your enemy. You must love your oppressor. You must hate mama.
Exactly.
And y'all go for this shit. And wonder how come you going through all this fuckery. You gave your energy to it. That's why the fuckery is so strong. It was just words on a piece of paper until you decided to give it life. You the creator, remember? They soulless beings, remember? They ain't shit. So who's doing all this? It's your black sleeping ass that's responsible for this.
Yep.
And you keep telling everybody else to wake up. Titles, nationality, all this shit, paperwork. Like Condrop was saying, when them dragons get to releasing that plasma like they did on China, because it was multiple dragons and you could see it, those attacks was deliberate and coordinated. And those things move faster than anything we got in the sky. You think they going to ask for paperwork? You think mama going to ask for paperwork?
Shit.
It's all about frequency. Don't you think that in those countries where those people are being fucked up, don't you think she know exactly what the fuck they call themselves?
Tell it. Tell it.
She don't give a fuck.
Right.
You ain't mine. You ain't respected me. You ain't respected mine. Even though they ignorant as fuck, they still mine, and I'm the only one who's supposed to beat their ass. You don't put your hand on my baby.
You don't put your hands on my child, baby. I'll fuck you all the way up, goddammit. Exactly.
So, because mama slapped you upside your head, how you gonna get mad at her? Ain't you the one that's fucking up? Ain't you supposed to get slapped upside your monkey ass head? And yeah, I said monkey because you think your punk ass from Africa.
Ooh, child.
Ain't that the ones that they keep putting all this monkey theory to?
Child,
I'm just saying that's what they teach, though. That's all I'm saying. These are their teachings because I remind them of their teachings. You want to be upset? I didn't write none of this shit. I didn't make up any of this shit. I just happened to read it. You put it out there, so I read the shit. And because I remind you of what you wrote or what you said, you're offended. It's out there for the whole fucking world to see.
Absolutely.
But I guess you just don't like that I said it, or that Sister Rhonda said it, or that Sister Sandra said it.
Oh, we
everybody
agents.
else can think. Oh,
we agents for the white man.
Well, we some good ass agents.
Baby, I'm the best. God damn it.
I proved my
007
damn
ain't got
self.
shit on me. How about
right,
that?
I proved myself. Deep cover. I didn't went in so deep. I didn't lost who I was.
Right. Child.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Put a disclaimer out there. I'm not one either. I got to put my disclaimer out there.
Yeah, we already know. The universe know, and that's why, you know, when people come with the fuckery, you know, I don't try to defend who I am to any motherfucker. It's not warranted. My actions speak for themselves. And I could be whatever the fuck they think I am. Again, I don't give a fuck. Like they say in New York, I do like this saying in New York, get this work. Get this motherfucking work. You and your feelings, because we put that work on that ass. And especially some of you men coming from a woman, I fucking dare her. Be intelligent. I fucking dare you. Yeah, nigga, get this work. Because contrary to popular belief, it ain't about you, and it show when the fuck ain't about me. I done took and told y'all, go stand outside and tell that motherfucking plasma that shit. Tell that plasma that. Because I don't want to hear it. Tell the plasma that. So absolutely, Brother Sean. Oh, and yeah, Brother Sean, in your comments, for those that are on the line, you are correct. ODB from Wu-Tang was the first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, within our generation. Because, you know, James Brown, Tina Turner, Morgan Freeman, them, they said it. But I'm talking about like in our generation and stuff. ODB was the first, but they labeled him as crazy. He was crazy. But he showing the fuck said it. And then Kyrie Irving, absolutely. Yeah.
I brought that up because Cube was around when the ODB was saying this. And he kept his motherfucking mouth shut and was still on that gangster shit.
Yes,
he was around when Kyrie said that because Cube had his own little basketball league, that 3-on-3.
Right. Thing. And I totally agree with that. But I'm willing to give people. I agree with you. But I'm willing to even give people the benefit of the doubt and credit where credit is due. So he put that out there to the universe. So now his actions have to move forward accordingly. That's all. But I agree. And you're right. It ain't like it was nothing new because ODB, and out of all this, I feel bad for ODB because they was labeling him as crazy. Yeah, he probably had, not probably, he had a motherfucking narcotic problem. But that doesn't mean what he wasn't saying wasn't fucking true. It was true. And he got left in the wind. And the only reason now some of them are coming forward, and I'm going to take Waka out of that, because Waka been saying that shit for years. But those that are now stepping forward, it's because of people like us. People like Caramel. People like Dane. People like Phoenix. People like Johnny Aborigine.
Mm-hmm.
And all the other ones. Anyone else I missed, don't charge it to my heart. Charge it to my head. Y'all know who y'all are that's been putting the information out. It's because of you all. You kept pushing it. You kept pushing it. They talked shit, talked about you like a motherfucking dog, said you was Asian, said you just kept pushing it. You kept pushing it. You kept pushing it. You kept pushing it. You kept pushing it. Now that's why folks are jumping on the bandwagon, because we're not backing down.
Mm-hmm.
We're not backing down. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Think how hard that had to be on ODB, though. I mean, you now paying to stay on land that was your ancestors, and you know it was your ancestors' land. And then to think about the treaties and all the deals that your people cut over there that actually led to all that being the case. I mean, that got to be some pretty heavy shit to have to deal with. It
is some heavy shit. And I remember when a clip was said by ODB, and he pretty much said that it was I don't know how many greats it was in. His grandfather was the one that signed a motherfucking agreement for Manhattan Island.
Mm-hmm.
That took a lot of balls to say that. I'm going to say that again. That took a lot of motherfucking balls to say that.
I agree.
So I have much respect for that man. And that's why when we do what we do every week, when we're doing these series, that's why the fuck we're doing it. To put out there what happened, put the truth out there, to amend for what the ancestors did, to fucking move on. Because otherwise you just bullshitting and you just pretending. I'm not going to sit up here and have my soul recycling because I want some likes and views and want to get in your motherfucking pockets and tell you the white man is devil. Yeah, we was kings and queens. God damn it, we was kings and queens. We ruled empires for millions of years. But the white devil, that's not what happened. So none of this stuff is going to stop. None of this information is going to stop. It's only going to keep coming. It's going to keep coming. And I heard somebody, y'all going to crack the fuck up. Somebody said, because y'all know I don't watch that, not the debate. What they call that shit that the Democrats are having this week. Whatever the fuck they having this week. Somebody had posted, the convention. Somebody had posted where Kamala said, somebody said, I think it was Kamala said, it's, what did they say? It's her story. I said, I read that. I said, no, the fuck these motherfuckers. So y'all are listening. Y'all are listening to what the fuck we saying. You bitches then took our term, her story. Motherfucker. Don't think you gonna ride on the feminine's back, bitches. Don't think you gonna ride on it. You already know we done defeated your bitch ass. You're not gonna ride on our back. So you can go on with that bullshit. And the more and more this script plays out, and the more and more you call yourself changing it, that's the more and more we going to tear that ass up. With your thieving ass. Yeah. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
And people thinking these people done got plastic surgery, and these are fucking clones. The quote-unquote real people aren't around anymore. It's just the script being played out without the actual person being there. And you're not paying attention or being awoke. Mm-hmm. They have to put something in the front of you. Michelle and Obama's speeches were pre-recorded. They weren't even there.
Child, you can't tell them that. You can't tell them that.
They did. These people been dead for a long time. A lot of these people been dead. They didn't even slipped up and put a lot of this shit in the papers and stuff and on the internet and then removed the shit, and y'all act like y'all ain't see the shit.
And do you know, Michelle, she don't even look like herself anymore.
They said she had plastic surgery.
Yeah, and they forgot to shape back, I think. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, well, whatever.
We've been saying this for the longest, though, because how many times they sit up and tell us somebody died, and we like, didn't they die last year, or didn't they die this time, or that time?
Yeah. I'm like, damn, am I going crazy? Maybe I'm in a motherfucking dimension, another dimension, but I could have sworn such and so passed, years ago. Absolutely. And again, if you tap into the realms, you see where the motherfuckers are dead.
Mm-hmm. And that's when they brought this whole Mandela effect in, something else to have people give their energy off into. Anything but putting your energy off into yourself or mama.
Into yourself. Exactly.
Keep putting your energy into these matrix programs and keep the rabbit hole going. Because as long as you want to stay in the system, we can give you tons and tons of information. We can give you information for millions of years. All we got to do is keep rewriting the script, putting different characters in to suit whatever your fancy is this trip.
Exactly.
And y'all fall for it time and time again. I'm falling for it now because you either waiting on Trump to save you or the Galactic Federation. Neither of which happens to be indigenous.
Exactly. And remember when it was Prez O that was supposedly and allegedly the savior, and I said, quote to people, that's some bullshit. No, he a prince, he this, that, and I said, okay, I tell you what, if he do the saving, I have no problem giving a motherfucking public apology. I ain't here to get that motherfucker yet.
And ain't nobody asked you to give it either.
Yeah. So they didn't jump from him to Trump card. But you upset because we don't want to participate in that fuckery.
And if you think about it, then the Sarah articles during that time was touting Obama as the savior. And now those same ones are touting Trump as the savior.
Yeah, it's a fucking joke.
So the aliens, I guess they fell out with Obama. I guess he must have banged one of their kids or something. And they got mad at him. So they put Trump in because he don't really like nobody for real. All of them fucked with his money, and because of their rules and regulation, he had to go bankrupt a few times.
Right.
But I mean, ain't none of them indigenous. All of them survive off of us. I don't care what they try and tell you.
Exactly.
Equality is meaningless. You might as well just take that out of your vocabulary, period, because nothing is equal to you. Nothing is equal to mama. That's why they needed you to transfer your energy from mama and yourself to their artificial program. And y'all like it. Y'all. Go ahead.
Can you say that again, Brother Sean, if you don't mind? Because that was very important what you just said.
They get you to shift your energy from mama to and yourself to give to this artificial program.
Right.
It's all by consent, regardless to what you say. I don't care what treaty you name. I don't care what paperwork you fill out. Ultimately, it's always been about your soul and your energy to feed them and keep all of this alive. Period.
That's right.
An unnatural world within a natural world, and they don't belong here.
Exactly.
It doesn't belong here.
Exactly. Exactly. And let's be clear. Don't think we just talking about quote quote. Oh, it's all white folks. No, we talking about all unnatural. Let's not get it twisted, melanated people, because
white folks ain't create the system.
Program. Huh?
White folks ain't created.
Exactly.
Didn't the 5 tribes, wasn't they the ones responsible for the Constitution that the white people modeled?
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I mean, all they done was took what was already in place. So that lets you know we were already well into the fall and constantly battling each other. That we let a few of them take over, because it's still just a few of them on the planet, regardless of what they tell you.
Absolutely.
So I mean, and who carrying out all the orders? I mean, who the police? Who the military? Who the politicians? Who the snitches? Who the people participating in all this fuckery for money?
Yep.
Selling people you grew up with. I mean, it just makes me think of that Kanika Jenkins thing. People you hanging out with, people you grew up with, you think is your friends, take you to a hotel for you to be kidnapped and have your organs taken.
Mm-hmm.
And you gonna tell me that got something to do with the white man?
Right.
I mean, shouldn't no amount of money make you want to do that to your friend or your alleged friend? That's not even something I do to somebody that I thought of as an enemy.
Right.
It's just certain sick shit that our people have accepted. And all of these children weren't just taken. More than what people are willing to admit. Were given away or sold.
Yeah.
And you can't tell me that people got a problem with it. Look how many people put their babies up for adoption into those very agencies.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm just saying that to our people, look at what we are doing, what we are accepting. You can't point no finger at nobody else. You niggas are always running around talking about how you will fuck the white man up, how you do this, how the white man is shit, this, that, or the other. But who you fighting, though?
Yeah.
Who you fucking up? You can't accept that truth? You mad at me right now. But guess who you gonna go out and rob or go out and shoot? Somebody look just like you. A nigga you know. You been sitting plotting on this nigga. He got that stimulus check. He got him a package. He done flipped a couple times. Oh, that nigga eating good. He smoking every day and everything. Yeah, I'm gonna get that nigga. You know how y'all think. Oh, that nigga rolling on Dubs. Oh, that nigga got on the new Jordan. Oh, he got on the starter official jersey.
Right.
That's the extent of your fucking thought. Guess what? You deserve to perish.
Yeah.
That ain't by my standards. That's universal.
That's right.
I just happen to agree with natural and universal law.
Exactly.
If you don't, that's your dilemma. And all that anger and all that bullshit that you got for us, that's just karma you got to carry around.
That's right.
We moving on. We don't give a fuck.
Nope.
And these people that you blame this shit on, they don't give a fuck about you blaming them. They appreciate that. You giving them more clout than they've ever had in their entire existence. As we've read to y'all, white people got class divisions also.
Mm-hmm,
you got the so-called poor, the ones that they talked about who are the slaves, and you've heard all the terms associated with them. I mean, look at their fucking picture up on the screen right now.
Yep.
But some of those bitches then came up today. They congressmen, cops, senators, all that shit. And you accept their history as being slaves.
Yeah.
They get to say, we were always in power. We didn't come over here as slaves. They ain't trying to look that shit up because they already know.
Exactly.
But you want to take their place in history. And I can't blame them for letting you.
Exactly.
They like you motherfuckers owned the whole planet, and now you want to be slaves? You want my history? Sure, buddy. Come on. Fucking A.
Go. Yep. Go. Exactly.
I digress.
Agreed. All right, y'all. So you done had two motherfucking disclaimers. If your feelings are sensitive, this is the part where you cut the video off. All right. They were white and they were slaves. The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. And shout out to Sis Cheryl. Love you, sis. She read it ahead for us, and baby, she pulled out some passages. So here we go. We on page 104. The British colonial government was not averse to calling on unlikely policemen to suppress white slave revolts. Blacks were admitted to the colonial militia responsible for policing white slaves. The aristocratic planters had felt the necessity to arm part of their black men to assist in suppressing white slave revolts. Beckles, he's giving his little reference, it's my fucking receipts. Armed black militia patrolled the Carolinas from the end of the 17th century to at least 1710, when Thomas Narney reported that blacks continued to be members of the British colonial militia organized by local governments. In Maryland in 1715, a reward was offered to American Indians who were recruited as bounty hunters to capture runaway whites and return them to their masters. For the better discovery of and encouragement of our neighbor Indians to siege, apprehend, or take up any runaway servants. It was decreed that for every fugitive white laborers the Indians caught and brought before a magistrate, they shall for a reward have a match coat paid him or them, or the value thereof. So he gave his reference on that part also. So I done took and told y'all, and I'm going to consistently took and told y'all, whites did not come into power until the late 1800s, early 1900s, and they finished the job with World War II. So that British colonial government were ran by melanated people. Those black policemen were melanated Europeans. We already know that the Indians were melanated, indigenous to the land. All right. So let's go to the next one. This is on page 126. We start knowing. Transported transportation. Transported, also transportation, a British person carried away to a distant country involuntarily, usually by order of the government, to be sentenced to transportation to the colonies was to Montreat, to be sentenced to slavery. Establishment historians have claimed that this was mercy, since the felons would otherwise have been hanged, at Tyburn gallows. This simplistic view overlooks two facts. Number one, the definition of felon and convict in this period were entirely constructed by the ruling class. For example, in 1699, the Shoplifting Act extended capital offenses to include any theft from a shop to the value of 5 shillings. Hence, a convict was very often a starving boy who had committed the felony of stealing food for his brothers and sisters. It does not seem like much of a mercy to take him from his parents and siblings forever to slavery in a foreign land. Number 2, even hardened professional criminals feared transportation more than hanging because, unlike some 20th century historians, they were not blind to first-hand accounts from sailors and others that penal enslavement in the colonies was often more horrible than death itself, was in fact a kind of living death. The notion that transportation was a merciful alternative to imprisonment or death in Britain is an erroneous one. In fact, just the opposite obtained. A merciful judge was regarded as one who did not transport British people into slavery in America. Non-capital criminals still enjoyed a good chance of escaping transportation, especially those impressed court as objects of mercy. Once guilt was established, judges, too, could show mercy by sentencing offenders to punishment other than transportation. Transportation represented a curse that large numbers of men and women feverishly sought to avoid. They commonly requested that other punishments be substituted in transportation's place. A few, when opportunity arose, allowed their bodies to be used for medical research. In 1721, 6 prisoners volunteered to undergo a smallpox experiment. Similarly, 10 years later, Charles Ray, a prisoner in Newgate, offered to let doctors remove his eardrum rather than to be transported. Another Englishman, rather than be transported, permitted one of his limbs to be amputated to test the psychic medicines discovered by Thomas Price. All right? So he again gave his source, and this was, they were white and they were slaves, The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in America by Michael A. Hoffman. All right? So remember, we went over the fact that when Louis, the king of France, the one that built Versailles, melanated. Remember, his brother is Philippe. When he ran out of money because he kicked it in my fucking party, built Versailles, kept having war after war after war, pretty much bankrupt the nation. So he needed more revenue to come in. So he was like, well, I heard about that damn Americas, but I heard it's a wasteland. It's a jungle. But you know what? I'm going to have the army go over there to check it out. And Philippe was like, ain't nobody fucking with you out the army, bro. You already owe them money. You ain't motherfucking paid them, so you can forget that. But now what you can do, why don't we send the prisoners over there? So all of those kingdoms was sending their prisoners over here as a sentence to work off their sentences. And some of them were also coming over here on those indentured servant contracts. Okay?
Since you mentioned prisoners, they planned on releasing all those prisoners in California.
Child. When?
They was talking about they was trying to do it last month. They was talking about releasing 10,000 the first go round, then another 8,000. So 18,000 in all. I'm thinking that, and you're talking about violent criminals, illegal immigrants, this, that, or the other, the MX, whatever the name of the group is, MX13, whatever.
Yeah, the gang.
Yeah, it was mainly the violent people that they were letting out. Now, maybe that was all part of their plan and how people then quickly forgot about what Kamala did there because she was about to turn around with that motherfuckers out.
Child.
It's just a thought.
Yeah, this is a mess, but it's gonna get cleaned up because Mama's cleaning it up. All right, let me go to 832.
I think we're still waiting for it, Brother Sean. I heard about it.
That's gonna be crazy. They put all the savages back on the street.
I think they're trying to fight it. Yeah, I think they're trying to fight it, but I heard what you said. I heard about it.
All right, I'm about to bring on Brother 832. Brother 832, I'm going to bring you on. I gotta step away for a couple of minutes, but I'll be right back. But let me bring you on. Peace and love, brother. Your line is open.
Rhonda, Sandra, my sisters from other misters. Feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
You know, let me first say it's kind of a repeat of a TV review or movie review. I binged Altered Carbon this entire weekend again, one more time. And I was listening to you comment and reference Arthdale Chronicles again last week, Sean. But if you remember, and when you get to the very end of the second season, and I'm hoping against hope, they will come with a third season. because if you remember the AI from the hotel, the Raven, who was breaking down, he kept the DHF, the consciousness of the brother Takeshi Kovacs. You know, at the very end, he was hidden in a back file. In addition, if you remember, they showed the very brief look at the ancients on that planet. They looked like some sort of a mothman, I guess you could say, like a gigantic insect with about half a dozen eyes.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me, too.
They were able to telepathically or psychically in control of those advanced satellite systems and the advanced technology that these people could never, fully understand. But what they did do was dig up, and what was the material that made up the stacks? Was it from the bones of the ancients? Was it the
bones.
And then they melted it like a metal and fashioned it as the transport system for the consciousness. People could then take the stack, they refer to as a stack, and repeatedly put it in a sleeve. But isn't that just a variation of reincarnation?
Exactly.
Essentially. The other thing, too, about transportation that y'all were just talking about, did any of you ever watch American Gods? I think I brought that up maybe over a year ago before he got kicked to the curb.
Mm-hmm.
And they dropped Orlando. They dropped Orlando Jones like a heartbeat because he was playing the African god Anansi, who was the trickster god that would turn into a spider. Now, do you remember the young woman who was the redhead Irish gal that was caught up for being a pickpocket and was,
Yeah, she was the zombie.
Mm-hmm. And remember the 7 foot. Remember the 7 foot leprechaun was attached to her?
Yeah.
Because she had been killed by him setting her up. In her ancient story, or her ancestor, which would have been her great grandmother, she was charged with transportation in the first place to be sent to America. See, because the whole concept of the storyline of American Gods was, well, how did these gods get here to America? Do you remember the storyline of the so-called Native American, Sean? With that mammoth, that woolly mammoth head that they carried with them, with the woman chiefess that was out front, and they were emaciated through cold and starvation, but they supposedly were walking the land bridge from Siberia to here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
One last thing to remind you all, if you may not, so it depends on whether you saw American Gods. The very first episode was the Viking, because we're supposed to understand Odin and how his god, his essence and authoritarianism and the war god, right, made it to American shore. Do you remember the opening scenes with those arrows raining down from the sky, unlimited, killing them before they could set foot on the sands of the beach?
Exactly.
And they had to stay weeks on the shore praying to get a wind to blow their ass back to Norway. And there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, because I'm going to jump to this Norwegian concept and what is the whole belief system based on being Nordic. They went to war with themselves on the beach and started bloodletting, even taking out their eyes of each other, until enough of them and their blood was shed, then the wind all of a sudden picked up, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what they never did, Rhonda?
What?
They never showed our ancestors. Even when those so-called ancients, the ancestors of the people we call the Native Americans that was marching that woolly mammoth head, and they were led by a chiefess. Okay? They had spears attack them, did they not, Sean?
Yes, sir.
But they never showed them, Rhonda. They've never showed, but the metaphor was very clear that our ancestors said no trespassing here. I'm just underscoring what Sean has to say, and he says weekly. They got to go. I know I might say it in jest. I sometimes say it at the beginning of our conversation. Sometimes I wrap it up at the end. But, it's the last call for alcohol. Y'all motherfuckers, I don't care if you go home. But you got to get the hell out of here. Now,
Right.
let me give you something to consider. Who is Klobuchar? Since we were talking, y'all have already gone on and on about Kamala. I'm not going to go into Kamala, but I'm going to use this as an example. Do you know what the culture they claim is up there in Minnesota and Wisconsin, in particular? Aren't they the Scandinavians, Sean? The Norwegians, the Swedes, the Finnish.
Mm-hmm.
So what is Klobuchar? What is Amy Klobuchar? And I'm only going by the surname because she probably married it. But I would say that would be some kind of Scandinavian, don't you think?
Probably.
And she tried to be slick, Rhonda. If you remember, when she distanced herself, discontinued her campaign, did it the same week that the homosexual deviant from South Bend, Indiana. If you remember, Sean, their arm was twisted over the same weekend, didn't they?
Yeah.
All three of them. I think it was him, her, and I'm trying to remember. It may have not the crazy white boy from Washington, but it was some other one. Because not even Pocahontas. Pocahontas waited a little bit longer. But it was that weekend, remember, just before Super Tuesday? When he was going to be raised from the dead by South Carolina and you, the black woman, Rhonda?
Mm-hmm.
So once it became the COVID-19 suspended campaign for gentleman Joe Biden, the Irish Catholic, you know what she jumped out in front of the cameras and said? Because he'd already made it clear that he was going to pick a woman, right?
Right,
so for it to be in the historical record, she pulled herself out because who got killed? A Minnesotan, George Floyd. And if you think Kamala Harris had a problem with a prosecutor's past, what was her past? What was her history? She was the actual state attorney and local prosecutor of Hennepin County. Okay? She then ran and jumped in front of the camera and said, I have advised the vice president to pick a black woman. Now, in the roll call, which I know y'all didn't probably pay any attention or any type of, viewing what happened day two. But if you did, even if you saw it on the internet in passing, did it not intrigue you how many Asiatic, slant-eyed looking Alaska natives, Guam, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's cousins in American Samoa, Hawaii, even New Mexico and Arizona. Did you notice? They tried to slide some sort of Native American reference or an actual so-called Native American. Even the black man who is did you know the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin is named Mandela, Rhonda? His first name is Mandela.
Me.
And Wisconsin was supposed to have been the host city if the pandemic hadn't slammed them. And they were supposed to have it last month in July. And Milwaukee, he referred to as named after the First Nations language. There were even other irrespective references to First Peoples, Indigenous, and I know you're not surprised to hear me bring this up, but I'm just sharing it for whatever y'all's official fuckery report is tonight. But there were repeated references to Native American. And you know that crazy Pocahontas rambled on last night in front of another empty classroom. And guess what she had the gall to do over her shoulder in the background with big block letters, like you teaching your children in elementary school? BLM was on the shelf off her left shoulder in the background. See, so they go let these fake $5 bitches pronounce themselves to be the first people. They did the same thing with South Dakota. You know what happened with the 4th of July, or it should be the 3rd, because he did it the day before, in front of Mount Rushmore. You know how they tried to show the so-called Rainbow Coalition. Mm-hmm. They even had an ALS victim speak through, like Steve Hawkins in his wheelchair with that computerized voice. And then they wrapped it up with the tugging of the heartstrings and showing him actually have babies. 2 children.
Child, I just straight up came.
I'm not saying this to give anyone, elevated position. Certainly not to give them a pass. I'm just, again, showing the script y'all have already referenced tonight. Okay? And then you good women, I love you dearly because I'm only here because you brought me through your womb. I'm going to be very amused to see how they pimp you with this black girl magic and this fraud. The South Asian Jamaican. Okay? So when we're discussing things like transportation was, as a matter of fact, transportation was considered the death penalty. Because do you know what in England was the penalty for stealing, for being sent to debtor's prison? Now, Sean, I know you know this. It was to be put to death. So the punishment for poverty was to be put to death. The only reason that transportation was seen as a viable option. It's no different than what Richard Pryor used to joke about all the time. You remember we used to talk that joke? I know, Sandra, Sean, y'all know what I'm talking about. They went in his neighborhood and said, okay, niggas, you going to jail or you going to sign up?
Yep.
What's the difference?
Yep.
What's the difference? And here's another key point for your information. The tiniest state in the nation, Rhode Island, you know what it's famous for? 95% of the ship captains, the slave ship captains, came from that one colony. Again, I say 95%. So when in Europe, primarily England, and who was sent primarily under transportation charges, mostly Irish, you've already shared with that the fact that 500,000 of Catholics, primarily Irish, were sent between the 1600s and the early 1700s. You have that rotating in your pictorial representation on YouTube right now. So that's 500,000 Irish Catholics. You're not even referring to the Scottish. The French, as you've just eloquently described, whether it was Louis, Philippe, or whomever, why we don't have any references to Spain and Portugal? Which, by the way, I asked you last week, on the last conversation we had this, who brought these motherfuckers here? God, because they said that they were looking for religious freedom, or the Moors? Or are the Moors their God?
Bye-bye.
And where do they enter in, as you have just described here, what you just identified was black on black crime, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, their whiteness, if I'm understanding what Mr. Hoffman, Michael A. Hoffman Jr. is not their whiteness an identifying factor. Okay? Since we still seem to have uncertainty on where the origin of these pale-skinned people are, their whiteness was their identifying factor. Their poverty, and I believe, what did they call it, Sean? Was it not called vagrancy? I'm talking about in England, not when they got here, they became vagabonds. But if I'm not mistaken, vagrancy was the actual law that they were transgressing to be put in debtor prison. Here, it became what we call truancy. And truancy is what they use to sweep up. You remember the movie Oliver? Can I have some more, please?
Mm-hmm.
You know, what was famous about that movie? I forgot the name of the criminal. You know who I'm talking about. He was going around training these young boys, primarily, kind of like the Pied Piper, kind of like Santa Claus. All right, for you people who don't know, those pedophiles, you know, who have young children go out and steal for him, so he doesn't go to jail, right?
Right.
So these children are populating the jail cells. And they said this very clearly, they started from the wharfs, right, where the ships are on the docks, because who were they hitting up? They were hitting up sailors coming back from being out on sea. Long time, and they ain't had a little bit, right? So they went running to the whorehouses, right? So, I mean, let's try to look at this logically here. So from getting off the ship on the dock to running to the red light district, what's in between? A gauntlet of, what do they call them? Oh, what was the word that they used for them? Because they call them stressed, not just vagabonds, but they had an actual word for what they described these errant young boys running loose in the street. So again, we know in 1619, as your display said, as they want to talk about 20 and odd niggers, and that's what it was originally, as Dane Calorie showed. It was Negroes, not Negroes. It was not African. And the term Negra in Spanish is feminine. So it was 20 women, so-called black, but 100 boys, right? In the same year. Oh yeah, orphans and urchin. You said urchin. Did you say urchin? You said orphan. Yeah. Because urchin. Yeah, urchin. You're right, urchin. Who became orphans most of the time. Exactly. Because they either didn't have parents, or their parents died in the bubonic plague and all kind of pestilence and whatever the poverty situation was, because they lived in disease and unsanitary conditions, correct? So now we fast forward here to Dr. Nancy Eisenberg, and the seminal image she started in the beginning of her foreword to her book was To Kill a Mockingbird. What's the storyline of To Kill a Mockingbird? These decrepit, festered, poverty-stricken. I believe the actor character's name was Robert E. Lee something. I forgot what his whole name was. But anyway, he professed that his daughter was violated by a black man, and then Archibald, who is the attorney taking up his case, was trying to protect him from the lynching white mob, which is the other illiterate, ignorant, poor, poverty-stricken, so-called white people.
Exactly.
But we're in the middle of this. Why? Why are we the central figure in the midst of these wayward vagabonds, poverty-stricken, illiterate, indigent, off-scourings was the word you were trying to get understanding last week. You know, runoff, waste people. These are, again, like Sean said, we didn't write none of this down. I'm repeating what I read.
Indeed.
I'm repeating what I read. What did you say about that little waste child, Sean? That the Patriots were lifting up and heralding her for saying, you niggas shouldn't be given anything because you weren't slaves. Yeah. And it was in the past. And I didn't have slaves. Okay. Sure. Right. Okay, what slaves did we have? Even, you know, the people that want to say, well, there were black slave owners, you know what they find, the fine print they don't like to focus on, Rhonda, is that those people bought their own family members so they wouldn't be bought by vicious, white, Simon Legree type oppressive slave masters. Now, I'm not excusing they bought a person in the institution of chattel slavery that existed, but a heck of a lot of them did what they did to try to find their broken family that had been dispersed. Now, I don't know about you, but to me that sounds like a noble enterprise, you know. And once they brought their family back,
with that. I agree with that, but it wasn't the white men that were enslaving their people at that time. White people didn't come into power until the late 1800s.
You and I, we're simpatico, okay? You know, we're of one accord. I'm in agreement with you. No matter how much more facts, and there will be more facts that come up. Are you familiar with the storyline of how many powerful, wealthy, so-called mulatto women that were the prominent slave owners in New Orleans and in the parishes thereabout and around there? Are you familiar with the fictional series? This is where I got my original slave history narrative, if you will. Are you familiar with the Falconhurst series? The most infamous books of that novel is Mandingo and Drum. You have the Falconhurst, you have the Falconhurst Fancy, you have the Musty, you have Drum, you have Mandingo, and there was a couple others I can't think of right now, but you probably can look it up, and it may be hard as an out of print, you know, to find it in Amazon. But here's the thing, that many of these women that we think or we've called white, Rachel Dolezal is a contemporary example of this phenomenon. You know, what is passing? What is passing?
You know, have melanated in you.
The state of Louisiana still has on the books the one-drop rule. It's still on the books. What people don't seem to understand, so-called anti-miscegenation laws still are in existence. Only a few were challenged. What was it, the Loving incident back in Dallas? I'm not in Dallas, in Virginia. The Loving, the so-called interracial couple that they want to talk about, that this is where the anti-miscegenation law got challenged. But they're still on the books. Do you know how many places that you can go and look up in Texas that still has nigger as an adjective? Nigger Gulch, Dead Nigger Valley. So whatever. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the W, just before he left the presidency, got in trouble for some property he had out in Central Texas that referenced Nigger Ridge or some shit like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
But it's not about whether we are aware or we come to knowledge about it, because the facts are the facts. The history, and it's his story, not ours. His story lays to bear his criminal act, his cowardly, outlaw behavior. It's kind of, this is more than exasperating, you know, though we're doing it for a different reason, but most of us are still clueless, okay? That's the frustration. Because our media friends and families and loved ones, they don't have a clue. So now they're going around dancing in the street, and the AKAs are ski-weeing their ass all across America because Kamala Harris is supposed to now make them arrive like we got Obama 2.0, right? Now, could you explain to me what's going to be the difference on 11/4/2020 than what would happen on 11/9/2016?
Exactly.
Please explain to me what difference will there be for us as a people? Now, Sister Cheryl is working on something that I'm trying to assist and support her in, and not just expanding with the concept of the Declaration will eventually be. But there is two key things that just been sticking in my mind listening to you go in if you're going to continue on with white trash, the untold 400 history of class in America, because there ain't nothing classy about the United States. Okay?
Exactly.
But when in 1988 was what you were looking for out of the Declaration, Rhonda, the 100th Congress acknowledged that the Iroquois Confederacy was the complete foundation, and that was 6 nations in the northern corridor that's between the Ohio Valley, and I think I shared this with you a couple of weeks ago, but whatnot. But there's a series on Washington, if you haven't seen it. It's a 3-part series on Washington. You know, his ineptitude and incompetence caused what we were taught in high school as the French and Indian War. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
He was a young officer in his 20s. He was sent on what was supposed to be a diplomatic thing to interact with the French, who were in competing positions there in what we call the Ohio Valley today. His ineptitude caused this magnitude of bloodshed and warfare. But what happens for him in his personal situation? The same thing that happens for Donald Trump. They fail upward. How is that? How is that possible? In his story, his complete being was to be in the military of the king, to be a British subject. He spent his entire being trying to pursue the military status, which that means what? He was a British loyalist, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
Then when they rejected him time after time, he then organized the militia in Virginia. A similar effort, I think, was still considered Ohio Valley because Pennsylvania and Ohio didn't exist separately yet. You know, Pennsylvania was still one of the original colonies. But when he went and invested his time, how did these 13 ragtag militias defeat the most powerful naval and military empire at that moment in time on the planet? Please explain that to me, because I'm confused. You know, how did they accomplish that? When you just shared in what you were just talking about, the British, dark-skinned individual British, I think, had created the colonial forces, right, to recapture the white vagabond slave properties.
Right.
You know what the reason for the Star-Spangled Banner was written by Francis Scott Key? They were referred to as the African Marines, were they not, Sean? And that's that unknown third stanza that a lot of people didn't pay attention to when Kaepernick was doing his knee, Rhonda. That when you go and look it up, and you can look it up because it's, you know, because of all the controversy that surrounded him. In that third stanza, he talked vociferously about his hatred for the African Moors. Right? Right, Sean?
Damn.
Moors, Marines. And when you're talking about the Marines, what's the song? From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Who is that? Who is that?
Libya.
Isn't that the Moors, Sean?
Yes, it is. They
So
talk about them
when
treaties.
we keep
They talk about them treaties, the Treaty of Tripoli.
You talking about the peace? You talking about the peace and friendship and all that good shit and whatnot? Okay. All right. So now, when we out of ignorance, Rhonda, continue to do what we talked about before, when I talked about the 1619 versus the 1620 false narratives, you know, 1690 is the slave narrative attached to the Negro. The 1620 is the false white man, WASP, white Anglo Saxon, Protestant, the Puritan, the Pilgrim, the Quakers, religious freedom narrative. Neither of those groups of people can we truly measurably draw a line of connecting this current population. That's the reason that Henry Louis Skip Gates Jr. has so vocally been recruited by the Mormon Church of Latter-day Saints. To desperately, falsely recruit our ignorant people into validating a mythology of displacing oneself out of Africa. So did you notice the last so-called reference, and this was one of Dane's latest videos as well, but I also saw it in they have this thing called Uncovering America that PBS does, because, you know, they trot him out on a regular basis to get coinage out of our pocket, saying that we're going to support the Africans, you know, many rivers to cross and still our rise from MLK to today. Okay, whatever. But the number was supposedly 12.5 million, right? And over 100 million Africans were killed for that bare 10% to survive the Middle Passage and all these amazing, fantastic shit that we were taught about how we've come from ancient Kemet and Songhai and Mali and Ghana and down south and from the Zulu nation. Okay, all right. So now the number then reduced to between 300,000 to 500,000, right? The last reported number, do you know what it is now that's being stated out of the mouth of Henry Louis Skip Yates? You know what the last number is being stated now? From slavevoyages.org with his great white assistants in the background behind him. 92,000. Now, again, I'm going to ask you, like I've asked you before, even when it was 500,000.
Wait a minute, brother. I want to make sure, because I don't like to lie on somebody because I didn't hear the motherfucking shit properly. You said 92,000. That's the latest number. So it went from millions to now it's 92,000.
No, but again, now I'm still trying to say, now is that 92,000 total or just to mainland? Because 85% of the original number, 12.5 million, wound up in Brazil alone. Right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, right? Is that what the mythology we're told? Of those who survived the transportation of the Middle Passage, 85% made it to Brazil alone. Only 15% made it to what we call the Caribbean and the mainland of Turtle Island. But it's now the number is 90. And just let me just give them that for the sake of argument, okay? That 92,000 from the 300,000 to 500,000 we were originally told made it to North America. Okay, so that's less than a third of what the number we were told. Again, please explain to me how the fuck we get from 92,000 to 40 to 50 million. Rabbits, I'm sure, will be very jealous of that fucking. Okay?
Child, yeah.
So we're to convince, the reason I'm pointing this out for an example, Rhonda, is how many of us could draw ourselves to that 92,000 as compared to white people running around here claiming they're blue bloods and can trace themselves to the motherfucking Mayflower. How many of them claim to be a descendant of George Washington, Sean? How many of these white motherfuckers running around here?
Tell it.
Okay?
Tell it, brother.
So
who was melanated? Keep going.
I'm just asking. I mean, I'm confused. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to do simple arithmetic, not race, not emotion. I'm just trying to do simple math. Now, you same brilliant motherfucker is going to tell me one drop of nigger blood makes you not an American Negro, an African Negro. Okay? So who's the white motherfucker now? A lot of what we say we know by simple social construct, because that's all race is. Social construct is nonsense.
That's exactly what it is.
It's obvious. Okay? It's obvious. But for the sake of legitimacy, because we have a legal claim here pending that's holding over their heads whether they know it or not. It's like, you ever heard of the mythology of the sword of Damocles? You ever heard of that? That's from that Moorish, that Muslim wisdom, right, Sean? The sword of Damocles comes from somewhere over there between Persia and the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
Okay? The sword of Damocles is hanging over these white motherfucking collective necks since they got a knee on ours. All right? Their problem is not mine. I'm going to say this one more time because I'm sick and tired of we're all in this together. What? Excuse me? Who the fuck is we? And could you please explain to me what it is that we're in? Because we're all in this together. Okay? So when we lay the smackers down, like you say, lay us the smack down, and whether or not one claims African genetic history, within this organic constitution and the 13th Amendment that was the last verified before the corporate criminal enterprise of 1871, the 15th Amendment was passed in 1870. So that means no amendment since the 15th Amendment is legitimately attached to the original document. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In the original document, the only reference to Africans is in the 13th Amendment. And in the 12th section of that 13th ratified amendment, because there are 20 sections to it in the congressional record, it said descendants of Africans shall never be citizens. Can that be more clear? Can there be a more clear declaration than that? So, who are we talking about? Who is the 14th Amendment referring to when it says all whole persons must be considered? And I will repeat this in the final comment, because I will try to do this every time I talk to you, is who the fuck are Indians not taxed?
Tell it, brother.
That to me is two entirely different things. Indians and Africans are two entirely different things, correct?
Yes.
And nowhere in the organic constitution, not the word European, not African, neither white, nor black.
Nope.
The only population identified is Indian. Who the fuck is that? Not Native American, not Pocahontas, not European American. Indians not taxed. And when we finally take our head out of our collective asses and are adjudicating the crimes of the millennia, this is more than 100, this is more than 1,000 years building up. The date of the fraud of a crime that has no jurisdiction and no time limitation is the moment of realizing you've been defrauded. Are you feeling me? And do you know when the moment of the crime reverts to, and that moment of reality of you've been defrauded? From the first incident. From the first incident. This ain't going nowhere. It ain't motherfucking reparations, because you can't repair this shit.
Right.
It ain't adjudication, because you have no jurisdiction.
That's right.
It's barely restitution, because I'm getting my shit back. Right. And it ain't but one way it's going to be addressed, because you criminal motherfuckers said the way you did, the way you took, is the way you go. You like to say this, Rhonda. I took and took. I took and told. Okay?
Yep.
They told and took.
Yes,
okay? So it sounds to me, in their same Bible, in their scripture, is what? An eye for an eye? A tooth for a tooth? A burning for a burning? But whose God is that, Rhonda? And I believe Thomas Jefferson said very clearly that he what? What did he say, Sandra? He weeps for the day of American reckoning. So when you hear these wild, crazed young white people, Antifa, or wherever the fuck, they got a new one out of Portland now, calling it the Youth Liberation Front and shit, while these motherfuckers talking about a racial reckoning, what the fuck do you think they're talking about? Because we're all in this together. And I yield.
Amen to the truth, bro. Hey, did you know that?
Thank you, brother. 82. Sorry, go ahead, sis.
Did you hear that Judge Joe Brown said that Soros allegedly financed Harris's campaign for Senate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that Antifa protest that's going on for George Floyd.
Yeah, she openly endorses BLM and Antifa, openly.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So none
Openly
of that's surprise to us.
Yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, he did that breakdown. When was it? It wasn't recently. He did it when she was running for president. That's when he did that breakdown.
President. Okay.
Yeah. And people want to act like this motherfucking shit is new. That's what's pissing me the fuck off when they want to bring this foolishness.
Yeah.
That information on her, that shit ain't new. That's why she couldn't make the presidency candidate.
Yeah, they want to pretend like it wasn't said, and we making it up.
They can go fuck themselves. I'm not for the foolishness. They can go on somewhere with it now.
She bowed out early because they was tearing her ass up.
They was tearing that ass up, baby.
All
and
that
so
stuff
then
is
they gonna
still
let
on
her
YouTube.
go. Yeah. And they gonna let her go sit down, and now all of a sudden she resurfaced. That's why I tell y'all this shit is a spell. This shit is a motherfucking spell. So that's like to show you how it's a spell. So it was proven that somebody was locking up your motherfucking family members unlawfully, and you like, oh no, fuck that. We ain't dealing with her. You know, you ain't a part of us. This, that, and the third. And then a couple of months later, the person resurfaced again, and folks that fucking forgot about it like that's new information. Mm-hmm. If that shit ain't a spell, you can't tell me. That shit is a spell. Mm-hmm. It is a deep spell. All right.
Hey, who's the voodoo kitty?
Let me get to damn y'all, we be trying to move through the information. Let me get to the next one. I'm still in They Were White and They Were Slaves, The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. This is page 55. Oh, child. 10,000 whites were kidnapped from England in the year 1670 alone. He gave his little source. The very word kidnapper was first coined in Britain in the 1600s to describe those who captured and sold white children into slavery. Wait a minute. I thought they said in the 1600s it was Africans being kidnapped into slavery.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Oh, okay then. Okay. Another whitewashed is the Herald classic work on the subject, Abbott Emerson Smith's Colonists in Bondage, which is one long cover-up of the extent of the kidnapping, the denial of the existence of white slavery, and numerous other apologies for the establishment, including a cover-up of the deportation and enslavement of Irish people. But the record proves otherwise. Okay, so that was off of page 55 in the book. All right, I want to get a few more in, then I want to do a follow-up on those founding fathers too, because it sure will pull another receipt, because we done told y'all, now we're starting to give you the receipts on those founding fathers being melanated. All right, so those melanated people that don't want to accept that, sorry, boo, it is what it is. Those Caucasian people that want to ride for your quote, quote, founding fathers and your ancestors, Well, guess what, boo? Either you mulatto, goddammit, or that ain't your ancestor, or you are following a AKA black melanated man. Because that's who the fuck the founding fathers were.
Yep, that's what they
And
said.
they did not put this system in place for the benefit of your motherfucking ass. And same for you, melanated people. The system was not put in place for your motherfucking ass either. The system was put in place for the king and his folk to get their end forever and forever and forever and forever.
Amen.
And if you choose to be subjects of the king, we'll give you some motherfucking benefits, but you're going to follow these rules, you're going to be up under our jurisdiction, and you're going to run us our ends. This shit ain't complicated. This shit ain't hard. But both sides, y'all want to live in a fucking fantasy world, thinking this shit was created for your benefit, and you trying to turn bullshit into gold. All right. On page 54, in a reversal of our contemporary ideas about white indentured and black slavery, many blacks in colonial America were often temporary bondsmen freed after a period of time. Wait a minute. I thought that the Africans was in slavery forever and forever, ever. No. It's just like the fuck we told y'all with these motherfucking receipts. When the melanated people came over here, it was a very high percentage chance that they are from Europe. And they came over either from fleeing from Europe out of some fuckery, and or they came over on indentured servant contracts. And now I notice YouTube all of a sudden, now you got buffering issues, YouTube. So we'll see if it clears up. All right. Okay, free Negro boys bound out as apprentices were sometimes given the benefit of an educational clause in the indentured. Two such cases occurred in the Princess Anne County records. One in 1719 to learn the trade of tanner, the master, to teach him to read, and the other in 1727 to learn the trade of the gunsmith, the master, to teach him to read the Bible distinctly. All right? Basically.
That's who they put up to get everybody else to be obedient.
Absolutely.
Hey, sis. Remember Boys Town? Or whatever that was used to come on back in the day? Had the Catholic priests. They had all them orphan boys.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had a bunch of series out like that back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, if you think about it, the Little Rascals, to an extent, focused on the poor and orphan kids. The Bowery Boys, even though they were supposed to be teenagers, they were still from the lower part of society.
Exactly. Oh, since Yeta said Father Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a whole bunch of things out like that.
Yeah, but now it's all starting to make sense. The shit totally lines up. So now it makes sense why there were so many orphans back then as far as Caucasian orphans. This shit makes perfect sense.
And it was right in our face all this time.
All this time, been right in our face. And it's so funny, y'all. Remember last week I talked about those surnames and how Caucasian folks are carrying melanated surnames from Europe. And I talked about how in the movie Godfather, how when Vito came over through to the Americas to Ellis Island, they had his name because it came on this weekend is what I'm trying to say. Godfather came on this weekend. They kept replaying. I said, well, let me go on and watch two because all of this happening too. I said, well, let me watch it because I want to see this scene with Vito coming over to the Americas. And sure enough, Vito comes over to the Americas, and what I forgot, he did have his motherfucking last surname on there, Andolini. But the Ellis Island people looked at that he was from Corleone and said, all right, Vito Corleone, that's your name, because he had smallpox and he had to be quarantined.
Mm-hmm.
So he came over as an orphan.
Mm-hmm.
All in our face, over and over and over again. All right, but did y'all catch that? The free Negro boys in their clause in their indentured servant contract were to get educated. They were to get a trade and taught their Bible.
Yep.
Okay? All right, let's go to the next one. Here. I'm trying to keep up with it. Was that the one? Yeah, here we go. From 1609, this is page 46 in the book, They Were White and They Were Slaves. From 1609 into the early 1800s, between 1/2 and 2/3 of all white colonists who came to the New World came over as slaves. Of the passengers on the Mayflower, 12 were white slaves. He gives the receipt. What? So you mean to tell me on the Mayflower they had white slaves? That ain't the story they tell. White slaves cleared the forest, drained the swamps. Y'all hear that? Drained the swamps. Built the roads. They worked and died in greater numbers than anyone else. What? Huh? So, from 1609 to the early 1800s, the white slaves cleared the forest, drained the swamps, built the roads. They worked and died in greater numbers than anyone else. Well, not according to the official narrative. They claim that was the African slaves. Both psychologically and materially, whites in modern time are called upon to bear the burden of guilt and monetary reparation for Negro slavery. This position is based entirely on enforced ignorance and the deliberate suppression of the record of white slavery in North America. Hundreds of thousands of whites have been been enslaved during the colonial era in America, while millions of others were too poor to afford even a mule, much less a black slave. Let me fucking read that again, because I want to be crystal clear. And this is especially going out to melanated people that want to carry that title of slavery on your back. That's not the official story. That's why it's your responsibility to do your research into your lineage to know who the hell you are. That's why you can never get reparations for slavery. It ain't gonna happen. So let me read that again. Both psychologically and materially, whites in modern time are called upon to bear burdens of guilt and monetary reparation for Negro slavery. This position is based entirely on enforced ignorance and deliberate suppression of the record of white slavery in North America. Hundreds of thousands of whites had been enslaved during the colonial era in America, while millions of others were too poor to afford even a mule, much less a black slave. All right, let's go to the next one. I'm almost there. Damn it. All right, here's the next one. I think this is the next one. All right, so just in case you're just tuning in, this is from the book, They Were White and They Were Slaves, The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. And shout out to this author, because I told them this book was raw. I told them. I know it's going to hurt a lot of folks' motherfucking feelings, meaning Caucasian feelings, as well as melanated people's feelings, but shout out to you for putting it out there, because it's the truth. And the truth don't give a damn about nobody's feelings. So shout out to you, Michael A. Hoffman. All right. This is page 43. When I was a boy, recalled Waters McIntosh, who had been a slave in, I know what it said, Sumter, South Carolina. We used to sing, rather be a nigger than a poor white man. Even in slavery, we used to sing that.
Wow.
Mr. McIntosh's remarks revealed that the poor whites of the South rank below blacks in social standing. Slaves felt unbridled contempt for lower-class whites. And even Nancy Eisenberg said that in White Trash.
Mm-hmm.
When they used to come begging for food, that the servants would tell them, motherfucker, don't come to this front door with that fuckery. You better take your broke ass to the back.
Mm-hmm.
They were laughed at. They were looked as beneath.
You know, they played
black or the Negroes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
They've had in a lot of old movies where the house niggas, as they call them, would tell the poor white man, you can't come to this door. Remember those movies?
Mm-hmm.
They always used to turn them away. And that explains it.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense in them old movies where you see either the children, the Caucasian children hustling, or you see like men. You see like men, they label them as winos or vagabonds. The shit adds up. It was right there in our face. They put it in our face.
We didn't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, the pretty woman, too.
What you say, Brother Sean?
I say pretty woman. You had this upper-class white guy and then this poor white prostitute, and he made her feel like she was all special and everything, and he didn't care what nobody thought of him being with a hoe. And I guess that's when people started thinking it was okay to turn hoes into housewives.
Child. Right, I can take off the corner and take her off the pole. Child, I can't with these people. So, okay, so they were below blacks in social standing. Slaves felt, a little contempt. Frederick Douglass opened his famous Life and Times with an account of Talbot County, Maryland, which he said housed a white population of the lowest order.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
They said that not us.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Is this off a page? This is off page 41. In April 1782, General Nathaniel Greene informed George Washington that the British had armed and put into uniform at least 700 blacks. Ding, ding. Let me go back because I don't want to rush through. In April 1782, now slavery ended in 1865, right? 1782, General Nathaniel Greene informed George Washington that the British had armed and put into uniform at least 700 blacks. We done took and told y'all that George Washington, at a minimum, had to be mulatto. So that makes sense to me. The Ethiopian regiment was not the only black unit. The same spring, 2 members of a black British cavalry troop, about 100 strong, were killed in a skirmish with patriots at Dorchester, Virginia. What? Black British cavalry troop?
You should, if you listen to the Huguenot that he has, that's all. You'll understand. But
we had already, we didn't do the Huguenot stuff, which is absolutely excellent. I really encourage you all to take the time and listen to that video, even if you have to take a week or two to get through it. It is just that powerful of information.
Mm-hmm.
We told y'all that this shit of the black/melanated Europeans coming over to the Americas, why they came over to the Americas in the Black Nobility series. We told y'all the seat of power at the time were melanated royals. So it would make sense that it would be a black British cavalry. All right.
And they say that 100 blacks in uniform, right?
You said, say that again, Brother Sean.
You said that he put 100 blacks in uniform to fight, right?
700.
700. I'm thinking that 700 quote unquote Indians, because the Indians were taking sides during that, because during that time, that's when they were having the Indian Wars. So, I mean, they was all fighting for this land over here, allegedly and supposedly.
Yeah, so, it could be. It could be, or a mixture of both black Brits and black Indians.
Now, I'm saying the British troop was its own separate troop. May have been black Brits, but they specifically said he put 700 blacks.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it was the 700 were the Indians. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because they, specified as far as for the black Brits. See, we have to pay attention to every time that they differentiate the groups.
Yes.
Because through all of this, they're trying to get us to forget who we are and what part we play in this. Even the ones that are telling us the truth about what their people are from, they still make sure not to mention us in the proper perspective.
True that. So he said, just to be clear, George Washington, let me just read the whole thing. In April 1782, General Nathan Greene informed George Washington that the British had armed and put into uniform at least 700 blacks. Okay, I see what you're saying. That very well could have been the indigenous Indian. The Ethiopian regiment was not the only black unit. Now notice, how the fuck Ethiopians get involved?
I would say they were Moors, because the Moors have pictures of them.
Exactly. Well, as far as the Ethiopians, I would agree with you on that. Exactly. So that same spring, 2 members of a black British cavalry troop, about 100 strong, were killed in a skirmish with patriots at Dorchester, Virginia. Okay, so maybe the 100 were the black European Brits that got their asses handed to them.
And then the Indians turned around and fought the Americans with the French, and vice versa.
All right, and I actually pulled, and we'll go over that next week. I just have to remember, because I pulled all of the wars that were fought. So I'll go through that next week. So evacuating Boston, the Royal Army sailed to Halifax with a company of Negroes, and he has that in quotes, company of Negroes. It is possible that the 10,000 of black slaves in South Carolina and Georgia went over to the British.
Mm-hmm.
During the War of 1812, the British ranks included approximately 300 armed American Negroes who were used in combat against American forces.
Exactly.
Some of these Negroes helped the British burn the White House in 1814.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they was in slavery, though.
No. Remember this
1812, 1814. Slavery didn't end to 1865. So how motherfuckers fighting in wars, hundreds at a time, this, that, and the third.
And the White House was already built.
Thank you. God damn it, Brother Sean. Very good point. Exactly. Yep. So melanated people burnt that shit down. No wonder that Frederick Douglass would declare to a white audience on Independence Day, 9 years before the Civil War, this 4th of July is yours, not mine. The British aristocrat penchant for arming Negroes and Indians for combat against white Americans has largely been forgotten today, even though it was one of the factors which led the colonists to go to war against King George and was cited as such in the Declaration of Independence. So notice, he said Negroes and Indians for combat against white Americans has largely been forgotten today.
Isn't that
Even
interesting?
though, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Isn't that interesting he used those two distinctions?
Yeah,
Because-
absolutely. Absolutely. He used it. Nancy Eisenberg consistently uses it.
Why? Because the Negroes is a code word for Indians.
I think when they're using them together, yeah, it can be a code word if they're just using it in general. But when they're using it in the same sentence, they're distinguishing the Negro, Black, melanated European from the melanated Black Indian. That's why they use them together like that.
Yeah, because the Indian was the last to be classified as Negro.
Exactly. And I'm gonna prove it to y'all again in just a minute. Bear with me. Y'all, we got to go into overtime, all of the fuckery with us losing 20 minutes. I want us to stay on track. So we're going to go into overtime. All right. So, doody-da-da-da. Okay. All right, and we know King George was melanated. So now that you brought that up, sis, and you brought that up for a point, and I appreciate you bringing up that point, because I had said something, goddammit. Let me see. If I can copy this. You know what? I'll just go to Wikipedia. Bear with me, family. And then I'll bring it up on the screen. So bear with me. I was going to show a picture, but I'd rather bring it up on Wikipedia so we can look at it together. All right, just a second. Righty. Okay, just a second. All right. Okay, I got the wrong one, but that's okay. I needed to pull both of them. So that's that one. Let me pull the next one. To prove my point, goddammit. Oh, but sister, you were meant to bring that up to remind me because I had pulled this information. There it is. Okay. All right, family, let me bring...
I didn't even know.
No, but you know that's how the spirit world works. Let me take off my cam, because if I don't, it's going to mess up. All right, so we're talking about the difference between the Negro and the Indian, right?
Right.
And how early they were distinguishing the two groups. And then, as Brother Sean say, after the fact, the Indian got lumped in with Negro. So, and somebody posted a meme on Facebook regarding this. And I said, God damn it, there you go. Let me go pull up the other act. All right, so YouTube, you can see it now. Civil Rights Act of 1968. Civil Rights Act of 1968, enacted April 11, 1968, is a landmark law in the United States, signed into law by the United States President Lyndon B. Johnson during King assassination riots. Who the fuck did they say this act was for? The Indian Civil Rights Act applies to the Aboriginal Americans of the United States who suffered discrimination during the turbulent 1960s. Do y'all fucking see this shit? So now who was rioting in 1968? Who was King fighting for rights for? So all of you out of African people, this clearly says the Indian civil rights to the Aboriginal Americans of the United States who suffered discrimination during the turbulent 1960s.
The burning house he felt as though he was integrating his people into was that whole African American bullshit.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
When he woke up to that fact, they killed his ass. He had been a good boy all up until then.
Right. I dare you, nigga, mention about this motherfucking land belonging to you Aboriginals. So all of you out of African motherfuckers, when we told you we are the Aboriginal Americans, goddammit, we mean it. They put the shit in writing. We ain't making this shit up.
And when Malcolm finally said something about that got him killed, it wasn't his trip over there and seeing that Muslims are all colors, this, that, or the other. I mean, they didn't care nothing about him seeing for himself who exactly was controlling stuff.
Exactly.
You go along with the dialogue, but he came back and got to talking about Aboriginal shit. But you don't want to be called Aborigine.
Exactly.
So he had to go.
Yep. And so just over here, if you look over here with the motherfucking nicknames, Indian Civil Rights, Indian Bill of Rights, they go into all of the housing, Rap Brown Act, Rap Brown Law, Stokely Carmichael Act. Wait a minute. I thought they was African Americans.
I mean, after Jesse got on the scene, after Martin was gone, after Jesse and Al got on the scene, all the narrative was changed.
It was changed. So how the fuck Stokely and Rap Brown part of the Indian Civil Rights Act if they weren't fucking Indians? And then it just goes on to say, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean. What you say?
Give yourself an explosion.
Wait, and I ain't. All right, sorry, y'all. All right. So it goes on to say, which was meant as a follow-up to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So I just want to click in there right quick. All right, so you can see that. That was entered into 1964. Labor law outlaws discrimination based on blah, 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 blah. Voter registration, da, 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 da. This legislation was proposed by Kennedy, da, 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 da. But notice in this one, it don't mention Indians. Don't mention Indians. But you got King and Martin, or Malcolm rather, were involved in it. So that's the one that people commonly look at. This is the one that people commonly look at.
Yeah, that's when he was integrated into the burning house.
Exactly. Exactly. And that was also, this one was also for those melanated Europeans. That's when it hit me. I said, oh, fuck. So the 1964 one was for the melanated Europeans and the Indians, maybe. But where the fuck is my mouse?
And he got his Nobel Peace Prize off that one for 64, though, right?
Yeah, that's why I say that the 64 one was for the melanated Europeans. And the Indians that wanted to take on the citizenship.
Right.
The melanated Indians. But then before they left the scene, Malcolm and Martin, they was like, you niggas don't want to be called Aboriginals. Martin said that, what did he say, that you're a prisoner in your own land?
Mm-hmm.
So then that's when they came out with what? 1968? And they distinctly said Indian Civil Rights Act.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say motherfucking Native. Let's be clear. Now I'm calling out you Native Americans. God damn it, this don't say Native Americans. This say Indian Civil Rights Act applies to the Aboriginal Americans of the United States who suffered discrimination during the turbulent 1960s. So just in case you think that that motherfucking applies to you, let's go to the nicknames. Indian Civil Rights Act, Indian Bill of Rights, Fair Housing, all of that jazz, Rap Brown, Stokely-Carmichael Act. So clearly it was for melanated people who are the fucking Indians.
Click on the Stokely-Carmichael Act.
It's not clickable, but let me see if I can put it up here. Let's see if somebody created a page for it. Well, y'all saw what came back. This came back. So they didn't create, nobody created a separate page for it.
Yeah, but y'all see, that's how research is done. You just get to clicking on shit.
Exactly. Exactly. So now how the fuck is we out of Africa? I'll wait. I say again, we're not making this shit up. We got receipts to back up what the fuck we saying. And the out of Africa, y'all ain't backed up a motherfucking thing. Not yet. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
I mean, they already know what it is. That's why they keep reclassifying us. They have to keep trying to bury this shit.
They got to keep trying to bury it. They got to keep trying to bury it.
So they just put out more and more disinformation, have trolls come and debate you on shit, try and get you caught up in all that other shit, research and all that other bullshit. I mean, think if initially we had put the time into researching ourselves and her story here, as opposed to going all the way around the world just to come back here.
Right.
There's people here that know more about people on the other side of the world than they know about themselves, because they ain't even the original people from there.
Right.
But when they come to what's going on here, they don't know shit.
Not a motherfucking thing.
And there's more things here that people from all over the world come here to see. It's right in our damn backyards, and we don't know shit about it. But we wonder how come all these foreigners here and coming over here all the goddamn time.
Absolutely.
Because they coming to see some of the greatest shit on the planet.
On the planet. And what makes us, oh, sorry, Brother Sean, I didn't mean to cut you off, Sweet Pea. Go ahead.
And the greatest people on the planet. I mean,
Agreed.
if we are the same people, why don't we have anybody from any of those other countries with the vocal or physical abilities of the indigenous people here?
Yep.
And I'm not saying that ain't no talented people from those other places. But
right.
we just turn them out on the regular. It's just it's an everyday thing.
Right. And, you know, it's interesting that you brought that up, Brother Sean, because I was listening to some music a couple of days ago, and I was on my European melanated vibe music, brand new heavies, and then it hit me. I said, God damn, that's another reason why the Americas is so special and the melanated people are so special, because we did mix those two bloodlines. And that's why that's why in music we fucking dominate, because anybody that has traveled over to Europe, and Purple Pill, I know you've been a lot of places in Europe. You know that the European music, they look at Americans, we're fucking gods when it's concerning that music, baby. The melanated people, we are fucking gods when it's concerning the music. All of them follow the Americans regarding the music. They imitate it. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You know, this is kind of interesting. It kind of solves a problem I always had with foreigners when I walk in their store. They used to just gawk at me. I mean, they just gawk at me. And I'm like, what's their problem? Why are they staring? And Brother Sean just brought it up. We're a tourist attraction. They haven't, especially the Indians, the East Indian things. They look at you, they just stare here in California. And they just feel like, you know, their mouth is like hanging open. And you kind of answer the question for me, why they do that? Because I'm like, okay, so what's your problem? So we're a tourist attraction.
I've been telling people that shit for years. But if you travel outside of the Americas, you would know how they literally look at us as gods. Literally.
That's so crazy. But that's what they do. They just stare.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, because
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's because of the media narrative and because of the videos that quote-unquote black folks put out themselves. I mean, they know instinctively that these people are gods, and they manage to turn them into savages. So they be wondering what aspect of us are they going to get. Am I going to get to talk to an awakened God? Or is this savage devil about to come tear my damn store apart?
Or steal. Don't forget to
Well, I can say that's true in the Americas. I'm only telling you my experience specifically when I traveled to Europe, when I traveled to China. We're looked at as fucking gods. Literally. And when I went to Italy, I got so motherfucking tired of them men making passes at me. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone.
I went to Mexico that. God.
I mean, I literally went with a group of people. It was melanated people. And I don't give a fuck how a woman looks. She could be toe up from the motherfucking floor up. If she wanted a man, goddamn it, she could have left Italy with her man. So I'm only speaking from my experience. We are literally looked at as gods.
You know, that may be the reason they keep asking me to marry him. I'll be going, what? That is funny. I never knew that.
Yeah, so I can't base it on America. We know what America is. It is what the fuck it is. But that is not the case in Europe. That's not the case when I went to China. That wasn't the motherfucking case.
Mexico for me. Mhm.
Yeah, you know Mexico, that's a given. That's a given. You
all
always
over
got Mexican men trying to motherfucking holler shit. They do that shit in the States.
Yeah,
that ain't nothing new.
You walk the street. Hey! Hollering out at you.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the heck?
That ain't nothing new. So I'm saying all of that to say, family, America is special. It literally is special. It has the oldest bloodline, plus we mixed our bloodline with that melanated European. That's why the Americas have to break the curse.
Mm-hmm.
And the American, quote-unquote, black woman is a prize anywhere on the planet because they know that the land and everything goes through the woman.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
So you don't have to know. You know, it's our people don't have to be aware of who you are. They still have ways to utilize and benefit from that. You not knowing and them knowing is two different things.
It's very well different things.
That's why they always want you to sign stuff. You give away shit you don't even know you giving away.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I say again, it's not their responsibility to tell you who you are. It's your responsibility. Now, Caucasians, don't get comfortable. Do not think by any stretch of the imagination that I'm giving you a pass, because I'm not. Because you have to be held accountable from the time you started taking on those thrones, the time you started putting yourselves in those positions, the times you put them titles on your back and started benefiting. You have to answer for that. Now, yeah, some of it was karmic debt. that was old to you. Melanated people, listen to me and listen to me fucking closely. Caucasian people are in power because karmic debt had to be paid back.
Yeah.
Now, I don't give a fuck if you don't want to accept that. That's your motherfucking business between you and your bloodline. But as far as me and mine, I recognize that. And this is not the first time I said it. It's not the second time I said it. This is going to be my third motherfucking time saying it. I personally apologize if any of my ancestors participated in the hunting or enslavement of anyone, and that includes Caucasian people. I personally apologize on behalf of my bloodline if they participated in it. It was wrong. I'm not rocking with that fucking bullshit, and it is my responsibility to amend for that, to break the curse off of my bloodline and to free your bloodline.
Right.
Now, melanated people, what you choose to do, that's your fucking business. But this is the reason why I'm doing these shows. One of the main reasons. That's the reason I did the Black Nobility series. To prove what really went on. Because you're supposed to be atoning and cleaning shit up to get on the right frequency to move on.
And that's another thing. When you atone for it, don't keep letting somebody drag you back into it and keep apologizing time and time again. They can't keep using that as a crutch.
Totally agree.
Guilt trip.
Totally agree.
The work that's being put in now is a permanent record for anybody to reflect on.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
If you can't put in the work to elevate your frequency without using any excuse, well, so-and-so did this, the white man did that, they did this, they did that. It's all by consent because you're still subjecting yourself to it. You've been released. What you do now is up to you. If you keep going back to that lower frequency, that's where you're going to be. The rest of us moving on.
That's right.
That's what all of this is acknowledging and letting go. It's not to continue to exist in these receipts and time periods that we're sharing with you. It's not to exist there. It's to learn from it what you need to do to go forward. I digress.
Exactly. Thank you, Brother Sean. All right, so y'all got that Civil Rights Act of 1968, baby. So now you got that in your pocket when somebody don't enter and understand what the hell you talking about. Let's go to the next one. Next. Goddamn it, we bringing it. This is from
A3.
For
A32, we should put that in our portfolio so they can show that they're not supposed to be taxing us.
Child.
They don't care.
Yeah. Okay, so this is from Sis Cheryl, sent me some motherfucking additional receipts. Thank you, sis. Abigail Adams.
Mhm.
Do she look Caucasian to you?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. All right. So, bear with his sister right quick. Let me go to my pictures just to remind people. Random pick. All right. It's coming up for you, YouTube family. Just a second. Just wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Right. There we go. John Adams. That's his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I told y'all I know a motherfucking melanated person when I see him, goddammit. You can't fool me. So there goes George Washington turned to the side, more than likely melanated. John Adams all day long. You ain't finna convince me. That's a melanated man. Abigail, the young lady that we showed you, that's his daughter. Thomas Jefferson, melanated.
Yeah.
Madison, like I said last week, it looked like they done doctored this because he got this bozo motherfucking clown white shit around his face. Okay? All right. So we're going to wrap things up. We're going to pick back up next week. We're going to get back into the Civil War. And I also have to try to remember to also go over the other wars before the Civil War to show you the chronological order of all of these wars that broke out fighting over the land and who was on whom side from a quote, quote, aboriginal, thank you, 1968 Civil Rights Act, aboriginal Indians. All right, so with that said, sis, you have any last words for the family?
Oh, I'm good. I'm going to let everybody stay there. Good night. Thanks to the family for being there.
Okay, and sis, you be safe out there in Cali. I know that you're good, but I do think about you all, you know, all of the fuckery that's breaking off there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you so much, because I wake up breathing this stuff.
Yeah, I know.
It's not, but it's all over.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I think she who walks among the men, Sis Tamika, shit, they see, because you know she's in Nevada.
Right.
They seeing smoke all the way over in motherfucking Nevada.
Yeah. You can't even really see the sun here, so.
Yeah, and that's what she was saying over in Nevada. It's changing the color of the sun, and she was like, "What's going on with the sun?" And people went in the comments saying that's because that's the smoke from the fires.
Mhm. Exactly. I took a picture
all
of it.
Right.
Oh, pretty interesting.
Chala, next. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah. All this paperwork is just to show you that they're fighting over what doesn't belong to them. They never really took anything from you but your perspective and your understanding of who and what you are. Return back to mama. Return back to self. And everything gonna take care of itself because you'll be vibrating at a higher frequency. I'm not saying don't defend yourself whenever necessary. The thing is to exist in a state of being where you don't have to defend yourself. But you have to be honest with yourself as to who the true enemy is and what the aberration is. You keep talking about the matrix and the holograms and soulless people and clones and this, that, or the other. None of them have real power.
That's right.
You're the true power.
That's right.
You're the source of all of this. Whether you exist in the fuckery and want to repeat this cycle, that's on you. You have that choice. Yep. You're a creator. The Bible tells you that, quote unquote, God created good and evil.
That's right.
So if you want to participate on the lower realm of things, that's fine. But be honest with yourself about it.
That's right.
You don't have to lie. You don't have to steal somebody else's identity. And with saying that, y'all get these Native Americans too many motherfucking passes always hollering at this damn white man. I seen a video where one of them motherfuckers came up in a quote-unquote black indigenous meeting and run off at his mouth and leave there with his head intact. Y'all only tough when it comes
to white boys,
to real indigenous platforms.
Yeah,
I don't see none of you motherfuckers. I don't see none of you motherfuckers on the Native American channel saying shit.
Not a goddamn thing.
Nothing. So if y'all want to bark and holler about some shit, they got channels that's bumping with thousands of comments putting your black ass down.
Yep.
They don't fuck with me. I get blocked real quick. No conversations. They just block the fuck out of me.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna argue with no motherfucker on who I am. I'm not gonna argue with terror.
No, I just go on there and I just drop the shit that we be sharing on here, get them some shit to read and see where they got themselves.
Which
with
they
the
ain't.
Corporation that they struck a deal with, letting them see I know exactly where you cut your deal and everything at motherfuckers. So they just block me because they don't want other people to see where they cut their goddamn deal at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So for those of you that's new to this, pull up that motherfucking Civil Rights Act of 1968. And the motherfucking story. Next! Indeed. Indeed.
Yourself, family. Get back home to mama.
Indeed. So, melanated folk, I know this information is hard for you. Okay? It was hard for me. But if you want to move forward, you have to live in truth. If you want to vibrate high, truth is high vibration. You can't mix and match. You can't take the part that makes you feel comfortable. I mean, you can, but you will not vibrate high. You can't vibrate high. So I would hope that you are sick and tired of being sick and tired. I would hope that you don't want not one more person in your bloodline to suffer, to live in ignorance, to be begging for crumbs. I would hope that you want to be free. I would hope that your soul wants to be free. Truth is the only way that's going to happen. So, we'll be back next week, family. YouTube family, love you very much. Thanks for being patient with us. Oh, this was such a night. So we're going to rock out with some music. Unfortunately, y'all can't rock out with us because of YouTube's laws. So, just so y'all know, I know with those of us that was, kicking it in the 90s, the group Brand New Heavies, I'm going to play that song, Never Stop. Now, just so y'all know, they out of London. Couple of melanated folks as well as Caucasians up out of London, but they make some kick-ass music, all right? Based on melanated vibes. So with that said, we love you all very much, YouTube, and we'll be back next week